Is everyone here who needs to be here?
You're here? Did they bring her?
Everybody
Yeah,
on the
yeah, she's
side
here.
is present,
She's in the
Your Honor.
wheelchair just behind me.
All right. Defense.
Fear.
Do you have your
Bird.
defendant and your two witnesses?
Yes,
I'm
Your
pretty
Honor.
sure we do. Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, then. If everyone is present,
Here we go.
I will call the matter of the state v. Fear Phosphophylite to order. Will the councilors representing your various parties please announce your appearances for the record?
Franklin Starr for the state.
James Bird for the defense.
Celia Thorns for the defense.
All right. So to fill everyone in who is not an attorney, so far we have deposed 5 of the state's witnesses prior to trial, and we will be hearing testimony from the remaining 5 witnesses for the state, as well as the 2 witnesses for defense. Now, oh god, this is going to be a really lengthy arraignment. Okay. There's not really any way to split this up, so... Okay. Miss Phospholite, you stand accused of the following charges. I'm going to read them off, I guess, per person. And
Your
then
Honor,
what?
if I may, we actually have a motion to amend those charges pre-trial, if that would
You've
be
got a motion to amend more?
Yeah, when you hear the motion, you'll
Oh.
understand.
Okay.
In the Hills Butcher incident report, the master report, on the Micah Rain attack 52221, there is a report attached of her medical report. Micah Rain SW, medically induced coma, number 52215. As of 19 hours ago, and due to our inability to motion prior to 24 hours of the case, there was a medical update which we feel meets the prong of minor mayhem. Considering that, and considering the 2 additional charges of minor mayhem that the defendant is facing for Doris Daisy Drew as well as Sadi Kai, the state, are motioning to amend to change the 3 counts of minor mayhem to 1 count of major mayhem. We feel that this is similar in nature to a victim dying before court and a charge being upgraded from an attempted murder to a murder.
So essentially your argument is, well, I've got 2 mayhem minors charged already. Based on a change of circumstances in the medical condition of a 3rd individual, you think it believes, or you think it rises to the level of minor mayhem. 3 minor mayhems together make a major. Is that what's going on here?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have anything to say about that?
In the 11th hour, Your Honor.
I don't think anything
19
for
hours
us, I don't
ago,
think.
evidence was supposed to be cut off, submitted, what, about 48 hours ago, as you explained to me?
If the panel needs a further rebuttal to that, we, the state, have one.
Get it? We're good.
I don't think I really need a rebuttal to this one. Basically, your argument is that 19 hours ago, there was a change in circumstances as to Miss Rain's medical condition, which you couldn't have known about beforehand. And you're arguing essentially that exception to admit or to amend the charges. I mean, the medical report's already admitted, but that's where you're going, Franklin?
Yeah, that would have been my rebuttal, that the medical report is already within evidence and that it simply was updated as per the checkup that was made from Micah Rain 19 hours prior. This was not
All
an
right,
attempt
the
for us at
panel will
11th hour.
confer. Give me a moment.
It literally, if nothing else, it actually potentially helps us. Because Mayhem Mage is harder to prove than Mayhem Minor.
Bird, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear like amazing. What's up?
Is
Yep,
it not
question.
considered a conflict of interest to have Roland Sharp on this panel? Yeah.
They've discussed it.
To the... Okay.
Yeah, no, it was brought up.
Mm,
We can try and bring it up, but
It's already been discussed. Then
No.
it don't matter.
I mean, it was informally discussed, not directly with us, so we can try it if you want.
Did you have a positive relationship with Roland?
Positive enough, but I also know he was close to Sadi, and if he believes I did that to Sadi, then he will be very biased.
I don't believe he'll have any ill will over anything that happened with Saudi.
I suppose I withdraw my...
I think it. We can motion for the concern, but I think it might. If there's a bias there, it's a helpful bias.
I'll follow your lead. Do as you wish.
Can on that.
When do we call it to the stand? Do you know? No, your intent was not to do it.
The thing that we talked about in regards to you, is that what you're referring to?
Am I going to be expected to take the stand? I know you did not intend to call me, but...
They
the
can't
idea-
call you.
They can't
Only-
make you.
Yeah, only you can voluntarily do it, and we as your attorneys highly suggest against it.
I'm not an idiot. I will listen to my attorneys.
Yeah. We aren't dumb. I like that. That's our mantra, all right?
We've been working very hard, and I do apologize that we haven't had the chance to meet up as much, but we've put a lot of time and effort into this.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I've just been head down, just fucking audio booking and but that I gotta give you a heads up on too. There's a lot that I needed to use AI to help me write here in Braille. Your last name does not come through good in Braille. So if that ends up just coming out sounding different sometimes, I apologize for it ahead of time. It's not my intention.
Fine. I've had the last name my entire life. No,
Alright.
how much people struggle with it.
Yeah, and then add in the fact that I've only been blind for like 3 months, and I only just got a Braille like 2 weeks ago. So I know I think it said flashlight one time, and I'm just gonna be in such a groove sometimes I might not catch it to correct myself. Okay.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, no, we've been
All right,
cooking.
So after conferring with the panel. Okay, so we've got something in Los Santos called the delayed death exception. I don't know exactly if we've ever written it down because it's never actually come up in practice, but it's always something that we've intended to follow. And basically that means if you're like mortally wounded and we're not sure if you're going to make it, and then in the pendency of the litigation, you die, if you've already been charged with attempted murder for that crime, it allows the state to also charge you with murder. Here's the thing, though. There's no such thing as an almost death exception or a part of death exception. Like, there's no lesser version of that. There's also honestly kind of a question of, with the harsh severity and mountain of charges to which Miss Phospholite is already being charged with, there's a question of whether it is going to end up actually making a substantial difference in either the incarceration or sentencing of Miss Phospholite. So what we're going to do is, we're not going to hear it today. If it ends up coming to pass that, you know, she beats all 7 murder charges and 1 or more of the mayhem charges, then we can set a separate hearing on it and defense will have had enough time to, look at the report and, prepare adequately for their defense of, the mayhem major charge. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Franklin, but that is kind of the definition of a trial by surprise. I know it's outside of your control, but there's other mechanisms to deal with it other than just rushing it out, in this case. Even if it may not be the most judicially efficient way of handling it, in order to preserve the due process rights of the defendant, handling that in a separate hearing and or trial later down the road, if it ends up even mattering, is the more correct call. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, Your Honor.
All right. Any other pretrial motions?
No further pretrial motions from the state.
No further pretrial motions from the defense, Your Honor.
What do you mean further? You didn't even make one.
And no at all.
All right. Okay, let's get on to this extremely lengthy arraignment then. Okay, Miss Phospholite, for the killing of Stacy Recht, you are being charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of robbery. To the count of murder, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
To the count of robbery, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Sorry, was that guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Guilty. It's going to be the same for everything.
Okay, so you're just doing a blanket plea of not guilty to all of the charges to which you are being accused of?
I suspect we're going to be here for a while, so let's do that.
Blanket plea.
All right, blanket plea, not guilty to
It's just like
everything.
half an hour.
Gotcha. It's a little more dramatic to do it one by one, but God, there are just so many charges. So,
Enough drama.
yeah, I'm sure there'll be enough drama on the court case as it is. All right. Opening arguments, opening statements. I'm assuming both parties wish to make them. You got them prepared, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll start with the state. Tell us why we are all here today.
Use some fire and passion in your thing.
Yep.
There. Yeah, you got
Yeah, I've got it.
Your Honors, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, I would like to preface this opening with a warning to any and all who are present here today. The crimes and incidents which we will be discussing in this courtroom are some of the most vicious and heinous acts which have ever been committed within the city's boundaries. Any who are faint of heart or cannot handle themes of mutilation, self-harm, or animal torture should remove themselves from this courtroom at this time. On March 17th, 2025, the bodies of our local wildlife began to appear around our forests and state parks, which showed signs of extreme mutilation and torture. Deer, whose entrails had been decorated around the scenes with clear intent. Cougars, who had been gutted and their unborn cubs hung as if they were art pieces for display. It wouldn't be until March 29th, 2025, that the first murder victim, Stacy Recht, would appear. The scene of Stacy's murder would share many themes and commonalities to these horrific acts against animals and would lay out the beginning of a series of murders throughout the Vinewood Hills. 7 victims would die by the hands of the murderer known as the Hills Butcher. Each death becoming more violent, methodical, and abstract with each killing. The victims, all members of our city who loved, lost, and contributed to our little community in their own ways, would be carved like animals, and displayed as if the killer wished for us to look upon their work in reverence. Stacy Recht, first victim, who had barely had an opportunity to find her place in our world, was taken, killed, without a sign that she even struggled. Her heart was carved from her chest, replaced with that of an animal's. Antlers were nailed to her head, and her face was stitched into a sad smile. Jilly Markovic, a beloved EMS, would be next. Again, she was taken, killed without a struggle, and carved, her heart stolen from her. Her face was stitched in the same sad smile. Kai Otani, a self-proclaimed explorer, would be taken from us just 2 weeks into his adventure here. His body would be found displayed like that of the American Gothic painting, a pitchfork sewn into his hands with Jilly Markovic's heart pierced atop it.
Amber
Harper, who had just been hired at Bloom and Harvest,
This is
excited to make her first
this is a
delivery,
stage.
only to find
This
that
is a
the
stage for
situation would
for
be
us
walking
lawyers.
into
This
the
is gonna be amazing.
Robert Scott, a proud American and the only victim who was able to fight back. And for his attempts, his limbs would all be removed and his face would be smashed in. Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway, who would die together, strung up by their feet and gutted in a display meant to reflect the painting The Corpses of the DeWitts by Jean Debain. It wouldn't be until the 19th of April that the first indication of who this monster in the shadow was. A trash can containing the stolen possessions of Jilly Markovic was decorated with the blood of defendant Fear. Soon after, Fear would post her own selfie to Amber Harper's Twinsta account. After receiving a phone call from Elias Winchester to inform her of this fact, Fear would be conveniently kidnapped during this phone call by the person who she claims is the real Hills Butcher, her brother, Orion Phosphophylite. This will be the crux of the argument that the defendant and their counsel will be using to shift the blame for these horrific acts. However, we the state are confident that we will be able to prove once and for all that Fear is the one solely responsible for the planning, the execution, the staging, and the mutilation of all of these victims and animals, as well as the victims who have survived her attempts on their lives. Thank you for your time and due consideration in these matters here today, and we look forward to putting this to rest along with the souls of those whom we have lost.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yep, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, citizens of San Andreas and all those that witness this, today we have a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, a real-life horror story, a story where many people were brutally attacked and killed, a story that detectives worked very hard on, as seen by the sheer mountain of paperwork all the legal counsels have had to wade through. But despite all that work, they took the easy option out. They found a person they could just throw this at and hope to send them to an executioner tied up in a bow. They took a victim of the story and pointed their accusatory ire at her forming a bogeyman to sate the public's fears despite the continued deaths. So that's why we're here today, because of vagaries and speculations being used to accuse the traumatized and brutalized victim of a killer who still walks freely, possibly even killing as we speak. None of us wish to be here today, dealing with such grave circumstances. None. But by the rule of the law of this just society we call home, we must be, to ensure that the innocent are not harmed by the erroneous failure of the detectives who were just too eager to put a neat little seal on this tale that will haunt all of us that have been unfortunate enough to be involved with the grim, ongoing story of the Hills Butchers. What will be seen here today must be taken with the utmost severity, but not only the judiciary, but the citizens who bear witness. But this is not about just the victims who died. Stacey Recht, Amber Harper, Jilly Markovich, Paul Jones, Kayotani, Lucy Calloway, and Robert Scott. But those who survived. Daisy Drews, Sati Kai, Micah Rain, and the defendant herself, Fear. The one surviving victim whose life is on the line in this courtroom today. Fear, who was not only a victim, but an individual who actively tried to help the police in catching those responsible. A quiet, artistic soul, who despite the trials and tribulations of life, even tried to make the world a better place as part of the district attorney's office. So despite the horrors all present here today will have to be exposed, we must remember, if we are not careful with what occurs over the next few hours, and keep in mind the core of everything today, the life and freedom of a victim of monsters, we may end up collectively lowering ourselves to the level of the individuals who are no doubt watching and hoping we finish off one more of their victims for them and completing their nefarious schemes.
Good work. Good work.
Go ahead and call your first witness, State.
The state calls Doris Daisy Drew to the stand.
Doris, please approach the stand.
I think we cooked on that opening. I think we cooked that.
For everybody in the day shop.
Can do. All right. You can go ahead and raise your left hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Danielle?
I do.
State, the witness is sworn in.
Ms. Drew, we appreciate you taking your time to be here today to speak on behalf of yourself and the other victims. Could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is Doris Drews. My preferred name is Daisy. I have several jobs. I work as a manager for the Scrap and Fix, the Painted Moon, owner of Forever
Speak
Two
into the
Wheels.
microphone. There's a microphone in front of you. Speak into it.
Yeah, go ahead and reach over and just push that little on button for us, will you?
Is that better? On and off again.
Can the counselors hear clearly?
I'm having no issues, Your Honor.
No issues here for me, Your Honor.
All
But I
right.
have like
I might
daredevil
just be
hearing.
deaf.
Please continue, Miss Daisy.
These are my main jobs that I work.
Miss Daisy, are you aware of the incident in which you were attacked on May 2nd around 9 p.m. Eastern? Do you know why you were attacked?
Weeks prior, my fiance had received threats from a number saying that they were going to make art of me and give me a beautiful death.
And for the record, who is your fiance?
My fiance is Bree McNabb.
Can you give a description of your assailant?
It was dark, and they were wearing all black clothing, a black mask. But from what I could see, they did have a feminine figure.
At any point in time, were they driving a vehicle?
Yes, when they drove up to house, they were in. What I
It
think
was a fun one.
Mesa type vehicle.
We cooked on that.
Can you tell us about the injuries that you sustained as a result of this attack?
Stabbed in the abdomen. Hit my kidney. I was then had the word haunt carved into my face, and then again into my chest.
And how has this affected your life going forward?
I feel comfortable in my own skin. Don't show my face to people. I'm waiting for the test results for the reduced function in my kidneys.
Did the assailant say anything to you during this attack?
Yeah, I can do that. For this we
Did
can
things. Mostly spoke to my
we
fiance.
can mute that for this.
phone.
Are you aware of whether or not your
Let
fiance
me.
had any communication with defendant Fear prior to this attack?
I believe a couple of text exchanges that happened prior after Fear made the threats to harm me and her.
You're stating that it was Fear who made these threats?
The text messages that made the threats came from Fear's phone.
Thank you, Miss Stacey.
Wait.
No further questions.
Was kidnapped.
That's
Okay,
during the
yeah.
time you were kidnapped, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'm gonna highlight that.
I've got questions. Jump in if you want someone.
Okay, before we go on to Cross, I need a clarification on 2 questions because I was unable to hear the answer. First was the description that you gave of your assailant. Can you please that?
So it was dark, so it was difficult for me to see, but they were wearing all dark clothing. Face was covered with a mask, but from what I could tell, they did have a feminine figure.
All right, and the second answer that I didn't get was the question of whether your assailant said anything to you.
There were a few words exchanged. I don't remember them specifically, but most of what was said was over the phone to my fiance.
Okay, that's the clarification that I needed. Does anyone else on the panel need any clarification, or we good to go to Cross? All right, cross-examination it is. Take it away, defense.
Daisy. Can you tell us the date of which your attack occurred?
I believe it was on the 2nd. It was during the time of the Diamond Take terrorism court case.
Okay. Is that the same date that the text messages were sent to your fiance or partner?
No, these text messages were sent to my fiance, I believe, 1 to 2 weeks beforehand.
Are you aware that Fia was kidnapped at the period
Actions
of this date?
scope, Your Honor.
Rebuttal.
Sure.
The scope is within the date of the text messages being sent from the defendant's phone. This is well within the scope to ask this question.
Rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
Let me discuss this one with the panel.
Nothing written down, so this can be that too.
Do you think that that question is within scope? What say you, Vandor?
I haven't written anything down. I haven't heard anything back. So, based on what has been said, nothing written down. So I'm happy.
All right, after conferring with the panel, we have decided that this question is outside of scope. Nothing said on the direct line of questioning had to do
Hey, Doodle.
with
Appreciate the follow.
basically fears
And the
status
sub. Oh, I
at the
appreciate that,
time.
Matt. I am gonna just
Understand where defense
go
is
in and
coming at
mute
from this
this from
one,
mine.
but establishing this fact by just questioning
just so that this doesn't get picked up on my
witness,
microphone when I'm.
especially when a state's
trying to
witnesses,
speak.
probably isn't the way you get this.
But they
on the
should still
record.
go off you. I just won't hit them.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll get it on there. Appreciate it.
Okay, Daisy. The person that approached you, did they give you a name?
So, while speaking to my fiance on the phone, they did use the name.
And that name was?
It gave the name Ash.
Is that a name you're familiar with?
At the time when I was assaulted, it was not a name I was familiar with.
You described your attacker as female figured. Is there anyone in this courtroom that would match the description of female figured?
Several people that would match the description of female figured.
Include myself?
Include yourself.
Justice Van Dorst as well?
Say so.
Slid DuPont? Also, so you have no other description than a female figured person. So, would it be reasonable to say that you have no idea who attacked you?
I feel that threats coming from a particular person's phone could indicate that they had attacked me.
Didn't answer the question.
Well, Your Honor.
Sure, what's your rebuttal?
The counselor insinuated that my client had no idea who attacked her or asked her if it would be reasonable to suggest that she had no idea And my client responded with an answer to suggest that she did have an idea and why she had that idea. I think this was a perfectly valid answer, and the counselor just simply does not like it.
Ring.
Hey, objection, speculation on us not liking it.
Okay. Let's not object to rebuttals. That's not how this works.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and take this one. I'm going to overrule this one. She did respond to the question because the substance of the question essentially was, so you don't have any, reasonable identification of this person. And then the answer to that question was another fact that could be used in order to discern the identity of the person, which is also in substance basically answering your question with a no.
Allow me 1 second to confer with co-counsel. Else, that pretty much everything I was looking for.
I think let me check my note. Okay. If she's ever met Fear in person, if they have any idea why Fear would have any personal vendetta against them, and
We'll
they
open
already
that
said
up
that they
into
had
the
done it about
scope.
themselves. Actually, no, leave it. We don't.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, we don't want to open it up further than we need to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
If
close it.
nothing else. Yeah. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. DuPont, do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
We have no redirect, Your Honor.
All right, then, Miss Daisy, you may step down.
Whew.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, no, that was good. It's
Do you
kind of
have
what I was
any
saying
other
to him there.
witnesses for me, Mr.
Is
DuPont?
honestly, we want to avoid
Yes,
opening up
quite a few. We called
further
Ashley
scope
Smith to the
than we
stand.
need to. We just want to pursue
All right,
doubt,
Officer
not
Smith.
add, give them more opportunities to open more stuff.
We handle the cops for questioning,
Yep.
or we can tag in and out.
Yeah, we can do. I say I'll keep an eye out and try and come up with some stuff based on what Franklin asks.
Keep a little running note of
You
answers
solemnly
that she
swear that
gives.
the testimony you will give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you aim house.
Swear. Your Honors, before we get started, can I consult personal notes on some of these questions? This is the events going over a month.
You want to look at your personal notes on
Just my own
the
personal
case
notes. Yeah.
prior to questioning?
If there's anything like specific, like dates, times, things like that, details that aren't easily rememberable.
Okay, so you're basically asking to be able to refresh your memory if you can't recall something? I don't know. What do my panelists think about that one?
This is actually the thing I'm good at. I suck at civil law.
Charlie 30th Street, go replace her.
All right, so after conferring with the panel has decided that if there's any specific things like dates and times and whatnot, we know a witness on the stand is probably going to be a bit unreliable in that regard, and that their recorded recollection, as given in reports and other statements therein, are probably going to be a lot more accurate. This is all to say, don't sweat the details. Actually, a divergence as to how most people do it. You see, the way it works mostly in court is if the witness cannot remember something, but they have a transcribed recollection of it, they are allowed to refresh their memory with the transcribed recollection. And that's how that's supposed to work. But we'll proceed with what the panel has decided. Go ahead and start your
Okay.
questioning, Franklin.
Just to remind everyone, make sure to keep your mouth open nice and wide before you speak. As well, leave a little bit of time for the other counsel to be able to object before answering questions. Miss Smith, could you give your full name and your occupation for the record?
Ashley Smith. I am a senior officer with DPPD and a senior detective with CID.
Ms. Smith, could you explain the extent of your involvement within this investigation?
I've been one of the main investigators on this case, working with Wesley Pines and Alice Meyer. I've helped coordinate and gather information, responded to multiple scenes, interrogated suspects.
Are you aware of the murder of Stacy Recht, which took place on March 29th, 2025 at
They
approximately
just mentioned
midnight
interrogate
Wednesday?
suspects.
Are you aware of how the
copy
police
that.
were informed of this murder?
Yeah, there was a text message in 911, something about her heart was beating too loud. It was a very erratic typing pattern. It was very unique. And there was a GPS location screenshot sent after that initial text.
Do you know which phone this 911 text informing the police of where Stacy Recht's body originated from?
Yeah, Stacy Recht's phone was the one that was used to call in her own death.
And upon investigation of Stacy Recht's body, was anything missing, any property from her person?
Was missing. Her driver's license was also missing.
Could you repeat that, Miss Ashley, and give a little pause before you speak?
Sorry. Her phone and driver's license were also missing.
Was Stacy's phone ever found?
Yes, it was found on the next victim in this series, Julie Markovic.
Was there any activity from Stacy's phone after her death aside from this text to 911?
Texts were sent to some of her contacts saying, "I'm sorry." There was an additional 911 a few days later about she's afraid, it's the person, it wasn't her, obviously, saying they're afraid they'll do it again. Pain in their head was overwhelming. And then there was also some Twinstas posted, or at least one Twinsta posted, of her corpse with the phrase, "Didn't deserve to die."
At any point in time, had the victim's public MDW profile been changed in relation to the murder?
Yes, her MDW photo was changed to a photo of her dead body on scene.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW made the changes.
And can you describe the condition of Stacy Recht's body upon its discovery?
It was mutilated. Her lips were stitched. There was a crown of antlers on her head. Her chest had been smashed open. She was holding her own heart in her hands.
Was Stacy Recht's body left near anything specific?
Near a bloody pool.
The blood from this pool, did this come back to anybody specific?
I'm honestly unsure about that one.
Was Stacy Recht GSR tested? Could you repeat that answer and make sure to leave your mouth nice and wide open?
Sorry, yes, she was GSR tested.
And what were the results of that GSR test?
They were negative.
Was there any evidence to the death of Stacy Recht, which was not found on the scene?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, an axe, and some gloves with her blood on it. They were all found in a trash can in the cemetery where Fear was working at the time.
Working at the
Were
time, they
these the
seem to
only
imply
things
I was
found in
on
that
duty,
cemetery trash can?
not employed by the
There was also
cemetery.
it was the same one that was left at a later point for Pines
What was that here?
in a dead drop from quote unquote
And they say
Sam,
I was working
talking
at the
about
cemetery.
snaring, skinning, and
Seems to
killing
imply I
wolves.
was on
It's
duty at the
in
time.
evidence, but I could
In
read it for
reality,
you if you
I'm
really
simply
want me to.
employed by the mortuary.
No, thank you, Miss Smith.
The wording she used there is very careful.
Was there anything on the scene of Stacy's murder to indicate that there were other individuals aside from Stacy herself on scene?
There's just a bloody trail and the bloody pool water.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the scene of Jilly Markovic. Miss Smith, are you aware of the murder of Jilly Markovic, which occurred April 4th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern? Once again for us, Miss Smith.
Sorry,
Did you
yes,
know-
I'm aware. I'll try to remember to pause.
Are you aware of how police were informed of this murder?
A 911
We're getting
text
there.
from Jilly Markovic's phone.
This 911 text, did it share similarities to the one which was received in accordance with
Driver, I'm not
Stacey
talking
Recht's
to
murder?
chat so much at the moment.
Yeah, there was
I'm
the
really
same
trying
kind
to
of
concentrate on
repetitive
this.
language, very distinct and similar typing style.
Do you know which phone this text message to 911 belonged to?
To Jilly Markovic.
And what was the condition of Jilly Markovic's body upon its discovery?
I was mutilated. Her face was sewn up into a sad smile. There were coyote heads mounted to her arms with rebar. Her heart was suspended in the middle of her chest. No, sorry, not her heart. An animal heart was suspended in the middle of her chest with fish hooks. Her heart was missing. Her chest had been crushed. It was. And there were sewing needles under her nails.
You mentioned that her chest had been cut open and an animal heart was suspended with fish hooks. Do you know where her heart is?
Well, her heart is currently in evidence cold storage, but it was found on the scene of Kayotani's murder on a pitchfork.
And Jilly's body, was it located near anything specific?
Our pool, that pool was also red with blood.
Was there anything of note left on Jilly's person?
Stacy Recht's phone was left on Jilly's person.
Was there anything that was missing from Jilly's person?
Driver's license, phone, MDW, radio, medic belt with God knows how many syringes in it.
Was there any activity on Jilly's personal phone other than this text message to 911?
There were immediately after her death, there were some text group chats she was part of. I think there were also some Twinsta sent from that phone, and there were texts sent to a burner owned by a police officer, as well as texts to friends of Jilly's.
Text messages sent to contacts and friends. What was the tone or substance of these texts?
Is basically, I'm sorry, she didn't have to die, she shouldn't have died, just kind of language like that.
And for the Twinsta, what was the tone and substance of those?
One of the Twinstas was the same lines like, I didn't deserve to die. And the other one was like, please stop me, please, can you stop me, kind of language.
Now, you stated that this phone was used to contact the burner of an officer. Can you state what officer this burner belonged to?
Pines.
You said Wesley Pines?
Yes.
Do you know what conversations were had between this burner and Officer Wesley Pines?
There were quite a few conversations. It started off with they were talking about potentially going hunting or hiking. Sorry, going hiking together, spending time in the wilderness, talking about where they both lived, which this phone answered North Carolina is where she was from. This phone called itself Sam. This phone also at multiple points was that's all from this specific phone.
Miss Ashley, you said at multiple points this phone, but then the microphone cut out. Could you repeat that?
That's
last
because
part?
I wasn't 100% what was used on specifically this phone. But I know that this was the one where they started talking about hiking and all that.
Now, you stated the individual using this phone to text Wesley's burner stated they were from North Carolina. Are you aware of where defendant Fear is from?
Carolina.
You said North Carolina?
Yeah.
At any point in time, had the VW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yes, it was changed to, you know those you can't download a car ads? It was changed to text that looked a lot like one of those that said something about like she was a helper, but she didn't help enough.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW changed his profile picture.
Was Jilly's missing property ever recovered?
Yes. Jilly's property, her ID was found in a trash can in the cemetery that had Fear's gun and Fear's ID in it. There was also her MDW and her radio were found in a different trash can that had 2 hunting dogs in a note saying something like, "Will you find all 6?" over and over again. That trash can also had some blood on it.
The blood, did that come back to anybody specific?
I came back to Fear Phosphophylate.
And do you know the specific date and preferably time that this trash can outside of Infinity Apartment and the property within, as well as the blood, was found?
I don't know the time off the top of my head, but I know it was on the 19th.
Now,
Specifically, sorry.
that's okay. There were animal parts used in accordance with Stacy Rex murder.
Yeah.
Were there animal parts used in Jilly's murder?
Yeah, there were some coyote heads on the scene.
Describe the use of those correct coyote heads.
So there was some rebar that was impaled through her arms, and there were coyote heads there, and there was also a heart from it. I think it was a rabbit, but I would have to check. That was suspended by fish hooks in the middle of her chest. It kind of looked like one of those, the Sacred Heart statues. It kind of looked like that. It's just a floating heart in the middle of a chest.
And was there anything on scene of Jilly's murder to indicate there were other individuals aside from Jilly on that scene?
Yeah, there were footprints and outlines of a cooler box.
These footprints, could you describe them?
Sorry, hold on. Outlines of what?
Cooler box, like a cooler, like a.
Okay. All right, please continue.
I'll just repeat for the sake of the record and our judges. Could you describe these footprints for the court?
They were high heels, like pieces, like the foot part and then the heel part.
How is it that you know that these were high heels?
Footprints were in 2 pieces.
Now, was there any evidence in connection to the death of Jilly Markovic, which was not found on scene, other than those that you've already mentioned?
think her DNA was on the weapons that were found in the cemetery on a prior date from the IDs. So there were weapons found in the cemetery that came back to Jilly, back to Kai, and back to Stacy. And there were also gloves and I think a note in that trash can as well. The weapon is an axe, a knife, and a hammer.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the murder of Kai Otani. Miss Ashley, are you aware of the murder of Kai Otani, which occurred on April 12th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Kai Otani's murder?
There was a 911 text from Kayotani's phone. It was like something about will die. Oh, my head is hurting. Like, something like that.
Did this share any similarities to the previous texts 911 received in relations to these murders?
It was the same kind of repetitive language, random capitalization, erratic tone.
And the phone which sent this 911 text, are you aware of who it belonged to?
It was Kai's phone.
Was there any other activity from Kai Otani's phone after his death aside from this text to 911?
There were posts to an officer's to Wesley Pines' burner, and there was also a Twinsta of his body, and it was like, "I didn't deserve to die," I think was the caption.
At any point, similar to the previous victims, had his MDW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yeah, it was changed the same. You wouldn't steal a car font, being like, calms my urges, the beats less, and something like that.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW made these changes.
What was the condition of Kai Otani's body upon its discovery?
Heavily mutilated, partially dismembered. He'd been axed in the back and the brain. His face was stitched up. He had a pitchfork in his hand that had Jilly Markovic's heart on it. And animal parts were strewn about.
Can you describe the condition of Jilly Markovic's heart?
It was cold. It was condensating. Like it had been kept in a freezer or a fridge.
Was there anything of note left on Kai Otani's person?
Jilly Markovic's phone was left on his person.
Was there anything missing from Kai Otani's person?
His phone and his driver's license were missing.
Can you describe which are on?
Sorry?
I'm just withdrawing the question. I'm moving on to the next one. Was there any evidence on Kai Otani's murder scene to suggest another individual had been on that scene other than Kai Otani?
His organs were left in a pool next to his body. There were some shoe prints. I don't know specifically what type. I think these were a little hard to read. And there was also a blood trail.
Now, you mentioned that animal parts were used in Kai Otani's murder. Can you describe their use here on the scene?
Yes, there were 3 deer heads in each of the cardinal directions. There was also the upper half of a deer staring at him. And with that and the pitchfork, it was pretty clear they were trying to imitate American Gothic, you know, with like the farmer and his wife and the pitchfork and all that.
And was there any evidence in connection to the death of Kai Otani found after his murder scene had been investigated?
Yeah, 2 different occasions on the cemetery, once on 419, once on 420. We found on the first occasion gloves, an axe, hammer, knife. The same one that had Jilly's blood on them had his blood on them. And the second time, his ID was found with Fear's ID, Jilly's ID, and Amber's ID, as well as Fear's gun.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We're going to move on to Amber Harper now. Are you aware of the murder of Amber Harper, which occurred on April 16th, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Amber Harper's murder?
There was a text from her phone, something about she brought pretty flowers and a pinned location.
Was there any other activity from Amber Harper's phone after her death, aside from the 911 informing you of the location of her body?
There were texts to the people in the Bloom and Harvest group chat. Something like, I'm sorry she has it. I just, the same things we've seen before. There were Twinstas, and there was also a text to the same burner that Pines owned. Multiple texts to the same burner that Pines owned. Additionally, her phone was used to send a photo of fear, like a selfie of fear, along with the caption, "What sins am I trying to wash away?" And also the words John DeBean, and some stuff about like a pregnant cat that's really just gross, and they could read it themselves.
Question. Can you repeat what you said? They sent a selfie of fear. What sins am I trying to wash away? And what was the second thing that they sent?
There was John DeBean, the John DeBean. It's a Dutch name.
Gotcha.
There were also like
That's what I
some
meant.
stuff about pregnant cat. I don't know it verbatim, and it was honestly very gross.
And similar to the other victims, had her MDW profile been changed at any point in relation to this murder?
It was changed to a photo of her dead body, mutilated.
Do you know where this photo originated from?
I don't know where the photo originated from. It might have been on her phone because it was the background of her phone.
And do you know how these MDW changes were made?
Fears MDW.
Was there anything of note on Amber Harper's body?
Tony's phone was found on her body.
And was there anything missing from Amber's body?
Her phone and I think her driver's license as well.
Now, can you walk us through the condition of Amber Harper's body upon its discovery?
It was heavily mutilated. Either a wolf or a coyote, I'm not really sure which, had been put in place of her head. Her stomach was protruding and she'd been turned into a Matryoshka doll. Basically, there was a series of animals, and each one was slightly smaller. And inside each slightly smaller animal was the next animal, like the old lady who swallowed a fly. It was a lot.
This surgery, shall we call it, were there any signs of the condition or ability of the person who performed this on Amber Harper's body?
It was pretty skillful. Like, it wasn't somebody who's never been around human anatomy. Like, they definitely had a grasp of what they were doing.
Was Amber's body located around anything specific?
It was near a pool.
Was there anything on the scene of Amber's death that indicated
Yeah.
there was another individual besides her?
There was an EMS syringe. There was some fake orange hair that matched a wig that we found later. That wig was in an updo style. There were her organs were in a pool. There were footprints on scene, and there were also cooler impressions.
Now, the animal parts which were found on the scene, can you describe the condition of these animal parts?
So the headless bodies were inside of her body, and then the heads were kind of like laid out in a trail almost leading to her.
The heads which were laid out in a trail, was there anything of note of these heads?
I think they were preserved and slightly cold.
And was there anything on the scene which could indicate how those animal parts had been stored?
There was a cooler mark.
And was there any evidence in connection to the death of Amber Harper found at this cemetery in which other victims' DNA was found?
So her ID was found along with Fear's ID, Fear's gun, Jilly's ID, and Kai's ID.
Thank you. We will move on to Robert Scott. Miss Smith, are you aware of the murder of Robert Scott, which occurred April 20th at approximately 1 a.m. Eastern? Was that a yes?
Sorry, that was a yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of this murder?
We got a text from Robert Scott's phone. It was like, "Will you find her?"
Did this share any similarities with the previous text 911 had received?
The victim's phone, and it also had the same kind of repetitive language and kind of like the pounding motif, I think, was used, and that has been used in a few previous communications.
And was there any additional activity from Robert's phone after his death aside from this 911 text?
Texts were made to Pines' burner, and there was also a Twinsta, something why he didn't deserve to die, I think.
These texts from this phone to Pines' burner, did this person identify themselves as Sam?
Yeah, so the thing about when they sent these texts, every time they picked up a new victim's phone, they would just kind of continue the conversation like it had never left off. Like, they weren't really acknowledging, oh, hey, well, once or twice Pence would be like, is this a new number? But, like, they weren't really acknowledging that it was a new number. They were just continuing the conversation on this newest phone. But they called themselves Sam on this phone, I believe.
Did they address the murders in this text message exchange at any point on any of these phones?
Yeah, once or twice they directed Wesley to the location where they'd left a body vaguely. They also occasionally asked him if he knew about a murder that they hadn't directly told him about, or knew like the location of a murder they hadn't directly told him about, because they were testing him to see if he was a cop. Like, there was a lot of conversation about like how killing humans and animals helped alleviate the beat, but animals weren't as good as humans.
Now, similar to the previous victims, had Robert's MDW profile been changed in relation to the murders at any point in time?
I don't think Roberts was changed.
And what was the condition of Robert's body upon its discovery?
It was brutalized. Like, the other ones were mutilated, but there was like some kind of, you know, almost artistic sense to the mutilation. This was just pure rage. He'd obviously fought back. Wood from the pool deck was found under his
Completely different
fingernails.
from the others.
There were bruises on his arm. His limbs were severed, and he was pretty much mush. Like, we had to scoop him into the body bag.
Without fear.
And was
Completely
Robert's
different than
body
the
located
others.
near anything
How could they
specific?
even connect
I
it?
was right near a pool.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm notating right now.
Was there anything of note found on Robert's body?
His body
Are you not allowed to object
His
during
body
your
had Amber
questioning
Harper's
time?
phone.
That's
It also
been
had a
court case
note about
before.
fear.
We
Fear is
can object,
learning
but these
fear
are
and
clean.
a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
This
You're
note, do you
just
know what it is
writing
in
our
relation
counters to
to?
all of them.
All right.
Understood.
Fear is learning fear is a phrase that was used throughout the time fear was allegedly missing. Basically, they would say fear is learning fear. They texted that from, like, she texted that from her phone during this period. It was in relation to her.
Now, the murder of Robert, did this occur before or after Miss Fear was allegedly kidnapped?
This was Robert's kidnapping was after Fear was kidnapped.
Was there-
Robert's murder was after, I think.
Was there anything missing from Robert's body?
His phone was missing, and so was his ID.
And was there any evidence to indicate there had been anyone on scene other than Robert?
There were some footprints with a long stride, bloody, and then there was a bloody pool nearby him, like the pool blood.
And was any evidence recovered in relation to Robert's murder other than the scene of the murder itself?
We found his phone later on Lucy Calloway, and we found his ID papers, his wallet.
What would have been going an hour?
Oh, you brought up Fear having been allegedly kidnapped, so I would like to touch on that. Are you aware of report number 50716 in which
Yeah,
a
like many
phone
of these are
call
leading, but
by
I
Elias
don't
Winchester
know.
was made to defendant Fear? Could you repeat that for me, Miss Smith?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you know why
Leading
Elias
if he was
Winchester
stating.
called Fear?
That's not fact and
Called her
evidence.
because a selfie of her was posted from Amber Harper's phone, and Amber Harper at that time was known to be a murder victim.
And just to clarify, is this before Fear was allegedly kidnapped?
This was posted before Fear was kidnapped, and it had a caption that seemed to be referencing an earlier post that Fear had made on Twinsta.
Do you know the substance of this earlier Twinsta that Fear had made?
It said rain to wash me away, and then I think it was like an hour, a couple hours. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame. It's in evidence. Later, there was this selfie that had not previously been posted that said rain to wash. Sorry, what sins am I trying to wash away?
Were there any more Twinstas in relation to this selfie uploaded on Amber Harper's phone?
Shortly after that selfie was posted from Amber Harper's phone, Fear's phone posted a Twinsta saying, "And burn me away."
Pausing for fire hydrant. Did Fear state whether or not she made the post from her own account, which were in relation to the selfie?
Fear claimed that she did not make those posts. She said she had no knowledge of that selfie ever being taken, and that she had not made the Twinsta posts.
And did you ever subpoena the contents of Fear's phone? Was that a yes, Miss Smith?
Yes, sorry, that was a yes.
Were there any indications from this subpoena of the contents of her phone that the selfie originated from Fear's own phone?
There was no evidence in her gallery of this photo being taken.
And are you aware of what happened to Fear while Elias was on the phone with her?
Oh, while he was on the phone with her, Fear said, it was weird, so it stuck with me. She said, "They're telling me to put the phone down now." There had been no previous indication of distress. There had been no previous indication that anyone else was with her. He just started telling her, "Hey, I'm gonna come to you and make sure you're okay." And then suddenly from her, it was, they're telling me to put the phone down now.
Was there any additional activity from Amber Harper's phone after Fear claimed to have been kidnapped?
Conversation recorded.
Yes, there was more texts to the burner that Wesley had, and there was also a GPS location in Vinewood at like a construction house, a house under construction that's up near the hospital.
And to clarify, the MDW changes of the first 4 victims, did these occur before or after Fear's alleged kidnapping?
Those occurred after.
Was anything of note
for us?
found at the GPS location which was received from Amber's phone?
Franklin's doing a
Fear's
damn
bag was
good
on
job. He's not
scene.
giving me
It
openings
was
to
kind of like
object here.
strewn
He's
about
really,
the
really
place.
good on this.
And for additional clarity, did this alleged kidnapping take place before or after the trash can, which contained Jilly Markovich's
Yeah,
property and
they never
Fear's DNA was found?
found your
This took
identity
place
after you were
after
kidnapped, right?
that was found.
Is there any evidence in connection to Fear's kidnapping found at the cemetery?
ID was found and her phone was found. This was from the ping from Amber Harper's phone. The house ping might have been from Fear's. It was one or the other.
But I don't know.
Now, have
I
you
said
received...
it's a lot of information.
You didn't have it though,
That's
correct?
okay. Have you received any indication or
Correct, yeah.
statement as far as who
can check.
kidnapped Fear?
No, did you ever lose it and get it back?
Fear claims that she was kidnapped by her brother, Oren Phosphophyllate. I even had her spell it out for me. There is no record whatsoever of this
double-check with you
individual
in a
having
minute.
existed at any point in the state under that name or under any spelling variations of that name with or without the accented letters.
Are you aware of any other interactions between Fear and her alleged brother before or after this kidnapping?
So after this kidnapping, there were some text messages allegedly back and forth between him and Fear, including one where Fear used the wrong phone and texted the message that was supposed to be from the alleged brother's phone using her phone. And then
Your
they
Honors?
quickly switched burners.
Yeah, I want to objecting to that being speculation.
I can rebut.
Go ahead.
We quite literally have in evidence, which I was about to ask you to bring up onto the monitor, an image in the main bit called Text Exchange Between Fear and Brother, in which this is very much the case. I feel that this is speculative at this point because we have evidence of this. And if you would not mind popping that up there on that beautiful poster, thank you.
This one.
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can someone read out what it says? For me, please. I can't see it.
Okay, so the objection on the floor is speculation. Speculation specifically is an objection to a question that asks a witness to speculate. In this case, no question was posed to the officer that required the officer to speculate. It sounds like the officer, based on their investigation or whatever has turned up, that it is the officer's opinion that it was made from Fear's phone. So this wouldn't be speculation. This is incorrect. Defense is more than welcome to cross-examine the officer as to this assertion, but this wouldn't be a speculation objection. So overruled.
Ms. Smith, could you kindly read out those text messages for the court?
Yeah, so this burner phone texted Fear over soon. Fear replied, please stop. And then Fear replied, will stop soon, almost over. You will live, will be gone soon. And then a little bit later, the burner phone said, you will be caught. I will be, sorry, this one is really hard to read. I will be free and gone.
Now,
See in the subpoena there that that third text message is originating from Fear's phone.
the text message in which you are implying was a mistake by Fear. Does this share a commonality with any other text messages within this investigation?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting from burner phones to Fear about how this person was going to frame her for all these murders, and then he was going to disappear from the state forever, and he would be gone, and she would be paying for it. And this was very much along those lines. It was also along the lines of a conversation that was continued on a different burner phone, I think about half an hour later.
Thank you, Ms.
Less
Smith.
than.
To move on to the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. Are you aware of the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway, which took place April 25th, 2025 at approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern? Was that a yes, Ms. Smith?
Yeah. Yes.
Very briefly, I'm going to ask for a quick pause. Right, turned out to be nothing. When a police captain calls you, you know, sometimes it might be important or related to something going on, and then sometimes it's just, oh, I didn't realize that you were in a giant murder trial. But this case, nothing happened. Please continue.
Classic Ferraro. Oh, Miss Smith, are you aware of how police were informed of the murder of Paul and Lucy?
There was a text from Fear's phone. It was like, will you find them? And then there was a bunch of different locations shared from the phone.
You said it was from Fear's phone. Was this her state-given phone number?
Yes, her personal government registered phone.
Can you describe the condition of Paul and Lucy's body on the scene?
Torn up and gutted, emulating John DeBane's painting The Corpses of the Double-Bit Brother. They were also both decapitated, and their organs were removed. Paul's organs were in the pool. Lucy's organs, except for her, there's no delicate way to say this, female sex organs were in the pool as well, I believe. Organs were missing, the sex organs.
Productive.
Were their heads ever recovered?
Lucy's head was recovered at La Fuente Blanca. It was thrown through the window.
And how about Paul's head?
I'm unsure if that was recovered.
You said they were hung up. How were they hung up?
They were hung up like upside down with handmade rope.
Were their bodies left by anything specific?
They were by a pool, and they were also by 17 Matryoshka dolls that were filled with animal hearts and potentially eyeballs. I'm not really sure if those were painted on or animal. It wasn't clear.
Was there anything missing on Paul or Lucy's body?
Lucy's phone was missing. I think her ID was missing as well, and I think Paul's driver's license might have been missing.
And was there anything of note found on Paul or Lucy's body?
Yes, Robert Scott's phone was found on Lucy's body.
Now, the animal parts which you have stated were used in this scene, can you describe the condition of these animal parts?
They were simply chilled like they'd been transported in a cooler box.
That one
was there
text
anything on
message
scene
could
to
be what
indicate
hinges
how
this
these animal parts were
entire
stored?
thing.
There were bloody outlines of cooler box.
That could be the literal
I think
downfall
there
of this
were
entire case.
multiple at various locations on the scene.
Was there anything on scene to indicate another person other than Paul or Lucy being on that scene?
We're
There was yellow
going
hair. There
we're going
was
very hard.
blood, which matched to Fear's DNA. There was also 2 sets of footprints.
We also
but they
feel
had, like, the same
like-
stride pattern, even though they were slightly different sizes.
we've put some work into this.
This yellow hair, did you confirm whether or not this DNA went to anybody specific?
I believe it was tested. To the best of my knowledge, it was tested and belonged to Fear.
And to clarify, you said that Fear's blood was also on scene? Any point did Fear indicate to you as to how her hair and blood were on the scene?
Yes. When we interrogated Fear, she stated that her brother forced her to help mutilate Paul and Lucy. She also stated that she was forced to kill Paul and that she had been on the scene of this and also presumably Robert Scott's murder, as she said that she was very rarely apart from her brother during the time she was allegedly kidnapped.
To the best of your knowledge, has Fear ever expressed an interest in the arts?
Yes. She talked about when she was in school, she was the more artistic one, and she was always very interested in art and things like that. She also mentioned to Mecca Rain at one point that she was interested in art.
Did she ever
Seems
mention to
interested in
you any
art.
interest in hunting?
Sir
Yes.
Ocean.
In addition to her many publicly available Twinsta posts about hunting, she told us that she grew up hunting. She was taught to make snares by her father, that she spends quite a bit of time out in nature doing that. Right.
You're okay. Now, we've spoken a bit about Fear's home life and her originating from North Carolina. And this interrogation that you speak of, did Fear ever speak about her involvement in any careers?
When she was back home, she used to be a mortician. She worked, it was a family owned business on the Black River. She said that she worked there. At first, when she was younger, it was in more administrative capacity. But then, as she grew older, they made her work more and more hands on in the mortuary itself. She stated that they used to stitch eyelids and also expressions into people's faces at this mortuary.
Patience.
She also stated that she has done reconstruction work to a degree, or at least assisted with reconstruction work, and that her skill level was such that with just a little bit more training, she could basically run her own mortuary.
Smith, we're going to move on to the incident in which Fear was located after her alleged kidnapping. Smith, are you aware of the incident in which Fear was found on April 26, 2025 at approximately 8:30 p.m. Eastern? Could you repeat that for us?
Yes, I am aware.
Where was Fear located?
She was found in the same kind of in construction site that her blood had been found in previously.
Was there any evidence on the scene which could be connected to the previous murders?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, and an axe, which had blood coming back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway. There was Fear's DNA. I'm not sure if it was her blood DNA or other DNA. There were doxycycline syringes, which are medical supplies. There was Lucy Calloway's mobile phone. Robert Scott's ID papers were in her wallet. Lucy Calloway's ID papers and driving license, as well as Paul Jones's driving license, were found on the scene near her body.
Oh, you spoke about the use of victims' phones to contact loved ones, 911, and to make Twinstas. Were there any fingerprints on Lucy Calloway's phone?
Lucy Calloway's phone was wiped clean.
Now, Fear, having alleged to be one of the victims and having her own phone used, were there any fingerprints on Fear's phone?
Yes, there were fingerprints on Fear's phone. They only came back to Fear.
Had her phone not been wiped clean?
It was not wiped clean, no.
Was there any other evidence on scene which had been tampered or cleaned?
There was a broken syringe. Nothing else really seemed cleaned. Like there were bloody weapons just kind of laying there.
Now, the weapons which were found on the scene, could you specify if any DNA was found, whose DNA?
Yes, DNA on the weapons came back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway, and Fear Phospholate.
Did Fear have anything of note on her person?
Robert Scott's ID was in her wallet. Not sure what else she had in her direct possession, but it will be documented. Phones were on her person as well. They were either on her person or directly near her, one of the two.
And Fear, could you describe the condition she was found in?
She had some shallow cuts. They were later determined to be self-inflicted. Some of them had been sewn back up in a way that suggested she had done the sewing herself. But she was unconscious at the time that we found her.
Was she restrained?
I don't believe so.
I plan to go into that.
The
with Dr.
location
January,
in
all
which
of
she
that.
was found, to the best of your knowledge, did the police have to force entry?
No, it was an open
Broad
construction site.
assumptions about whether self-inflicted or not.
Was Fear ever
Yeah,
transported
and that you sewed
after
it up
having been
yourself and
found?
shit.
At the
There's no
EMT, and we
explanation as to why
documented
they
her
came
hair
to that
color and her
conclusion.
shoes there.
I think I admitted to sewing one of them up.
And upon
but
waking up in the hospital, was Fear ever
Inflicted
questioned
wounds,
or
though.
Yes, we
Yes.
had a
Good.
interrogation with her the night she woke up at Sandy, the sheriff's
There-
department.
anything of particular note within this interrogation that you have not yet mentioned here?
I'm sure there was a lot. So in this interrogation in specific, she told us a story about a kitten, and she claimed that like she had taken the blame for this kitten mutilation, and then later Buzz Bros got an article saying the opposite, like that her brother had always been blamed, and I don't know, it was odd.
Now, you described them, the animals which had animals inside of them. Could you remind me of how you described them?
It was like a Matryoshka doll, but in texts, they were described by Fear as she was pregnant with animals.
This,
Uh,
this theme of pregnancy, did this come up at all in the interrogation when she was questioned?
yeah, her sister had been pregnant and had died, been murdered. Second interrogation, Fear told me that she didn't ask for permission to get pregnant. That her sister didn't ask for permission to get pregnant.
Do you know the circumstances of the death of your sister?
She was murdered. She was found mutilated in the family mortuary.
Do you have any indication as to who murdered her sister?
We don't have solid evidence, but all signs seem to point to Fear being the one that did that, including the fact that she mentioned a trip back home around the time that murder occurred.
Thank you, Miss Smith. I am now going to move on to the attack on Micro.
Fuck me.
Micro Rain.
How many
Are
more?
you
We've got so
aware
many
of the
more people
attack
to
on
go
Micro
through.
Rain, which occurred on May 3rd, 2025.
I'm aware.
And what was the extent of your involvement in this incident?
I was in the room with Wesley when he got a phone call, and Micah Rain was on speaker on that phone call, as well as an individual claiming to be Sam. I responded to the actual Sisyphus Theater as well.
And for clarification, this person who identified themselves as Sam, had they had any contact with officers in any other regard?
It was person that had been using burners pretty much throughout this case. I'd also had a previous phone call with them on a different phone. I do not remember. I think it was on Fear's phone. Yes, Fear called me from her phone using the same voice changer as and the same exact pattern of speech as was done in this locker room conversation. Very distinct pattern of speech and a very distinct voice changer.
And were there any other instances of individuals using voice changers contacting the police?
Yeah, victims and the police. They called Wesley. They called Bree. Called somebody else, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Like, been documented who. Oh yes. They also called Etta Hawthorne. From 2 different burner phones, asking her the same question. The first time they asked her, it was just general taunting. They asked Kiki Pendragon the same question from the same burner. And then the second time was when Brutus was being mutilated. Brutus the dog. They called Etta, and they were asking her the same question again, heads or hearts.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. No further questions for this witness.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination for Officer Smith?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Where's that
To the right.
damn podium? Right.
This way. Yeah. Here we go.
All right. Got it. Thank you. Is the microphone working? Am I talking into that?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. Officer Smith. Do you recall the date that Fear photosynthesis? I apologize. I have audio, like Braille text to speech here. I'm gonna get my client's name wrong a bunch. Fear's the date that Fear went missing to the date that Fear was found.
She went missing on the 20th. I know we found her about a week later, but I do not know the exact date.
The Stacy Recht incident where messages were going to them from Fear's phone. It's not occurred during the time period that Fear was missing and kidnapped.
Stacy, right?
Sorry,
Was the first.
Sorry,
person
Doris
died.
Daisy Drews.
Okay, great.
can you just repeat that question with the right victim's name, please?
So, Doris Daisy Drews, she'd explained, and as you saw in your investigation, messages came from Fear's phone to her fiance. Did these messages come through during the period of time that Fear has been missing and kidnapped?
I'm
there
going
were-
to object at this point to scope. At no point did the state bring up the incident involving Doris Daisy Drew.
Buttle? The time that Fear had been missing, it was brought up multiple times during their line of questioning, especially with the phone use and Fear's text messages. So this is kind of imperative information to have on the record that these texts were coming while they were missing and could have been incapacitated, kidnapped. It is not clear what happened during that time.
If you're following
Let me
Azure,
consult with the
I apologise if I'm delayed on some of these because I've turned off the notifications for me hearing them because they'll come through my mic when they go through, and obviously it's a bit of a serious situation. But yeah, long overdue follow. Mara, of course, lovely to see you, hon. Yeah, no, we're gonna are both dreaded but also excited for this. 'Cause this is a kind of a crazy one. Yeah, I'm just even looking at just the number of people that have been in and out. This is a hell of a stage for a lawyer, right? No, I appreciate the follow. Yeah, it means a lot. I do wish some of my characters got to interact with you more. Of course. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome anytime. This is witness 2 of like 5 for the prosecution. We've got 2 as well. This is gonna take. At this point, I might end up doing like a 24-hour stream because it just might just get to that point of fuck it. Keep going. It's tomorrow and the academy boot camp is about to happen again. Like how long this is gonna go, I have no idea. None at all.
All right. The panel, or rather my co-panelists, are split on whether this is within or without scope. On the one hand, yeah,
Right.
we haven't heard any testimony from Officer Smith about Miss
If
Drew.
it's too bad, I will just say, look,
However,
I can't
we
make
did
the
hear lots of
academy.
testimony
I
about
will
Fear
catch up
being
another time.
kidnapped. Were this a mainland courtroom, I believe a scope objection would probably be sustained on this one, specifically because whilst the context of Fear's kidnapping would be within the scope of argument here, just merely running headfirst and asking, well, was Drew texted while she was kidnapped? Probably not going to fly. Probably would need to set up some additional foundation leading into it. In this particular case, so that I'm not here for 5 years, I'm just going to let this one slide. I could force you to ask, 2 or 3 foundational questions to build up to and kind of, open up the scope into asking about all that, but I don't want to be here for 5 years. Officer Smith doesn't want to be here for 5 years. At some point, Franklin would have to go and buy cat food for Gus. Let's not belabor the point here. So I'm going to go ahead and overrule the scope objection.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Smith, would you like me to re-ask the question?
Please.
So, according to your investigation, during the time period that Fear was declared missing, does not correlate with the time that messages were sent from Fear's phone
I've got energy drinks
into
inside.
Daisy Drew's
I'll
incident.
keep going for a while.
I need to rephrase that.
During the time period that Fear was missing, does this not fall in the timeline of where messages were sent directly from her phone to Daisy Drew's or Daisy Drew's fiance, whatever?
I don't believe Fear's phone was used to contact Daisy Drew's fiance.
In your investigation, the MO of the killer, they always will use the phone from the prior victim to either contact or put on the body of the next victim. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the timeline
Is
of
most of the time. There were a few exceptions.
in the timeline of events, was Spear not taken prior to the Daisy Drusen?
Fear was taken prior to that incident, yes.
Then Fear's phone being used to contact the victim would fall in the MO of the Hills Butcher, correct?
The phone that was used also fell in the MO of the Hills Butcher.
Now, in regards to what you were discussing in Jillian Markovitz's death scene, find nothing else on the scene of that crime that would point to any other individual being there at the time of that death.
Markovics?
I could trim it down for you if you like. Was there any blood of any other individual found on the scene of that crime?
Not sure. Scene of Jilly's crime? I don't know.
Your Honor, would this be a situation where we would allow to reference her notes or the NDW for this particular question?
Yes. Yes.
What?
You're gonna have to tell
Guess
me what the
what?
report number is, though.
Report number is...
19.
Oh, I gotta minimize.
49081.
49081.
Yep.
Yes, that would be it.
Okay. And what are we referencing here?
There are two distinct blood samples found on the scene. One, obviously, from the victim, Jillian Markovich. And there is a second blood sample for a Sydney Martin.
Oh, that blood was found on scene. That blood was found, okay, so this was down on Great Ocean Highway. Hold on. That blood was found up on, it was, I'd say half a mile, maybe a little bit more from the scene. The only reason it was deemed even slightly relevant of inclusion was because that road had a little bit of an overlook, potentially. It was not on the actual scene.
What was the decision to include it in the report for being on the scene?
It wasn't on the scene. It was found on Banham Canyon. It was included only because Banham Canyon is one of the next nearest roads to Great Ocean. On the scene.
And why were you investigating, like, over by that road in regards to this?
Because geographically it's above and you could potentially look for cop lights and things like that on Great Ocean, but it wasn't really close enough to have an actual what was going on. Of casting a wide net.
In regards to Jilly's ID being found along with the other IDs, when was that found again?
So Jilly's ID was found, I think that was found on 420 in the trash can.
And does that correspond with the day that Fear also went missing?
Yes, that was the day that Fear went missing.
In regards to all of the scenes of the deceased individuals, in this case, were there any signs of struggle?
Some of them, it was unclear due to the degree of mutilation. There was clearly a sign of struggle in Robert Scott, but he was off pattern in a lot of other ways as well.
And with Robert Scott, do you recollect that there was a note found on the victim's body? that note said?
Something like fear will learn fear and a bunch of other things along that line.
In your experience as an officer, do you typically find that criminals would leave notes with their own name on them behind at the scene?
City, yes. City, they twinsta and 311 after they do this shit. So yeah, quite often criminals will link themselves to murders or other crimes intentionally. I mean, even just recently, we had someone directly telling us that they did a murder. So yes, in this city.
Goddamn Vlox. Okay. Now, in regards to any of the scenes, was there ever an eyewitness who could place fear at the scene at any of these crimes?
Yeah.
What
And
scene?
Mr. On scene.
Her own scene?
Yes.
I mean, in regards to the scenes of the death of any other individuals aside from Fear's own scene of being a victim.
I mean, Fear told us herself that she was at Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones's murder and that she murdered Paul Jones.
There ever any murder weapons discovered on Fear's possession?
There were 3 weapons with victim's blood found in her constructed possession in the same room of the house she was in.
Now, that is the case where you have documented that you believe all her wounds to be self-inflicted. that correct?
Yeah, that's what the medical report said.
But I'm listening to the audio of my questions here. Oh, the date of the MDW messages were sent from Fear's MDW. Was that during the time period that Fear had been missing?
When the profile pictures were changed?
Yes, for the victims.
That was during the time that Fear was allegedly kidnapped / missing.
In regards to the questioning of Micah Rain, was Micah questioned immediately after getting out of surgery?
No, because she was in ICU.
When Micah was questioned, did they appear to have a fully clear and coherent memory of the events of her attack?
When I questioned Micah, she was clearly still very shooken up and traumatized by everything that had happened. A lot of details were fuzzy, as is common in cases of traumatic events. She had just got out of the hospital when I spoke to her.
Propofol in your system affect your coherency when being questioned?
Doctor.
Now, in your interrogations with Fear, Fear had openly admitted to recently seeing her brother. Is that correct?
Yeah. She stated that she had been with her brother, who she conveniently could give us no identifying details or state ID or government name of.
So, if her brother was in the state and he was under an alias, as you had reported, did you have a list of aliases that you would be checking for her brother?
There were no aliases that she could provide at the time that we asked. She did not know. She stated that she did not know any names that he was going by other than potentially Sam, and despite the fact that she also stated that she saw him talking to multiple people. She also gave us his name and the spelling of his name and the special character used in his name, and we were checking that, and there is no one by that name that was registered in the state of Los Santos as of 2 days ago. I have not checked today, but I'm pretty sure that would remain the same.
gotten a passport under any name, essentially, that you just didn't happen to have checked. Is that correct?
I have no idea how the passport system works. Ask a passport official.
During the interrogation, did you find Fear to be cooperative?
Oh no, she was clearly hiding things. Like, she was clearly, like, not telling us the full truth.
But she did tell you that she had been forced under duress to assist her brother in the Lucy Calloway murder. Is that correct?
So, she claimed that she had been with her brother for pretty much the whole time that she was gone, and that encompassed 3 different murders. She admitted under direct questioning to being involved with both Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones, also admitted to helping mutilate them and to murdering Paul Jones. So supposedly with her brother at the time that Micah Rain was attacked. So
When
Daisy
you mentioned-
Spears was attacked, not Micah Rain. My mistake.
When questioning Micah Rain, she said that Micah Rain had cited she had heard multiple voices when she was being attacked.
So that would be because she was on speakerphone. So Fear and her Sam guys had put the phone on speakerphone and was talking to myself and Officer Pines over the speakerphone. I took some notes at the time, and things were said about like how the father had died of cancer, which is something that Fear's father died of, and how that's not a very artistic death.
During interrogation, do you recall what Fear's responses were to you inquiring if she committed the art scenes / murders?
She seemed to have a pretty visceral reaction to some of them, but not in like a aversion way, more in a. She started talking about how she had migraines and how her head pounded sometimes. She seemed a little bit fascinated by some of the victim photos we put up. Said that if she was murdering people, it would be very artistic. That wasn't the exact quote, but it was something like she is more artistic than her brother ever was.
Recall her saying murder is not my forte?
I don't. There was a lot of conversation.
Information that Fear provided during her interrogations ever followed up on?
Yes, we tried to find this supposed brother figure. We found absolutely no evidence of him occurring. We did what we could to look into the North Carolina stuff, but that being so far out of the state and any statute of the state, there wasn't much follow-up that was available other than, like I said previously, she told us this story, and she told it twice, about how when she was 13 years old, she had a kitten, and her brother murdered and mutilated the kitten. A little bit later, there was an article that was sent to Buzz Bros from the same newspaper that sent us an article about her family being murdered and she being the last one left alive, that said that she had never been blamed for that kitten mutilation and that she had always been clear of guilt.
While discussing this with Fear in the interrogation room, did she ever show any signs of violent or aggravated reactions?
Yes.
Or did she remain calm?
She got very aggravated and very agitated at multiple times throughout the second interrogation. When we were being a little bit less cordial with her, she started slipping into the same pattern of speech that we have heard on the phone from Sam at multiple points. She also, like I said, told me in a very aggravated tone that her sister had not asked her permission to get pregnant.
I mean more in signs, but like, did she stay relatively still, calm the whole time, or did she get frustrated and move around and start lashing out?
She multiple times had to take a break during the second interrogation because her head was starting to hurt.
So would that be a no for agitated responses?
I call that agitated. Oh, she also got Well, no, I don't actually want to talk about that in open court.
Good.
Never mind.
To refer with my co-counsel, Your Honor.
Warrant.
All right. So we need to get on to the. She's being kind of argumentative and pushbacky because I think she's been up there too long. And a lot of these questions we could ask of Pines that are follow up, and we have a lot more room for him.
The only ones I would want to ask is how we the linguistics expert.
So much dumber than Ashley.
Also gonna ask about did they actually contact any passport officials on whether someone can enter under an alias? So if they interrogated other people. That's
The second question seems a bit weird.
I would ask her if it's not possible that it easily could have been Pierre just trying to talk back to her brother in the same way that he would understand with the same insanity, like level of insanity in communication.
That one as well, yeah.
Basically the only move I have for that. I've been thinking heavily. We need to address in that. Let me cross notes with you. We got on the record her phone being directly used while she was gone. Tawny's death, whatever. Never seen on scene. The only time that she was ever found on scene was her own scene. There's no other witnesses. Oh, or any of these burner phones found in her possession.
About the other interrogations and where they're going to build the foundation for Aston and bring doubt in that they're hiding other evidence.
All right, you want me to finish that, or do you want to ask any of those?
I can ask some of those if you want to take a break and sort of calculate the ones you've got.
Yeah, let me calculate. Go ask those.
Already put that to pen or not, but
Yeah, the Stevie Butch, Stevie Butch plot. It was when the Broughton Army Dogshine murdered Justice Hamilton. One of them said, who was it? David Block. David Block was saying, actually no, Butch was saying, but David Block made me do it.
yeah, okay.
Or something along those lines.
We've had what?
All right, Miss Thorns, do you have some questions for Officer Smith?
I do. Officer Smith, are you a linguistics expert?
I am very experienced in with linguistics when it comes to forensics.
Where did you come by these expertise?
Sorry.
Where did you
Make
come
sure
by
to
these
keep your
expertise?
mouth open, Miss Ophelia.
Sorry. Yeah.
Did I
So-
come by these expertise?
Yes.
Because I have over 7 years as a detective, including multiple serial killer cases.
So you have no qualifications in linguistics?
Of well over 7 years as a homicide detective with a specialty in serial killers.
Non-responsive. Do you have any linguistics qualifications?
Objection. We're badgering at this point. The witness has answered the question. Ophelia feels that she does not like the answer. It does not mean it's not an answer.
Can plead the fifth.
I'm gonna overrule that objection. She has answered the question. Now, whether 7 years as a homicide is actually linguistic qualifications, that's for the court to decide. But as far as Officer Smith is concerned, she believes that 7 years as a homicide detective with a specialty in serial killers constitutes qualifications in linguistics. But again, ultimately, that's going to be a fact for me to decide. So we don't really need to belabor the point here.
You mentioned that we should ask a passport officer or official about passport law and how they work. I mean, did you seek out a passport official to ask them whether someone could get a passport under an alias?
If you find me one, I'll ask him.
Did you seek one out?
I don't think the passport officials really check their texts or emails or Twinstas very often. It's not readily available for that kind of inquiry.
So no, you didn't reach out. Is that fair to say?
I'm going to again object to badgering. The answers the witness has given have obviously implied that she did not reach out to whomever a passport expert may be in the city.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that one. It's pretty self-evident the answer to that question is no.
So you've mentioned you had interviews and interrogations with Sphere. Did you have interviews or interrogations with other individuals?
In general,
Be more specific. Did you have interviews or interrogations in police stations with other individuals?
can you repeat that? You kind of missed a word there.
Did you have interrogations with other individuals?
Created a lot of people.
Name some of those people?
I'm going to object at relevance to save the court's time here. I believe what Ms. Smith is getting at here is that this question is not specific as to the murder, but it's just asking in a general sense if she has ever interrogated anybody.
Rebuttal?
We ask that the counselor rephrase to be more specific.
Yeah, I'm not entirely... I see where you're coming at with this one. I do think you need to be a little more specific with this question.
Okay.
Like, are you referring to...
I can be more specific.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you interview or interrogate anyone else you may have believed to have been a suspect?
Suspect is a strong word. We did interrogate 2 persons of interest.
Are those interrogations in evidence on the docket?
I believe one of them is. The other one, there were some corruption issues with the recording.
If there's some of that missing, are there other reports missing from the docket?
No?
Can you be sure of that?
We did everything that we could within the window that we had to provide as much information as physically possible in this case.
I will pass over to my co-counsel now. Right.
Bird,
Yeah, you need to
think
take
you're
a
struggling talking.
you need to take a throat pill.
Tap that mic a few times. There you go. You got it.
People it will play.
You lost the use of your eyes, Bird. Don't lose your mouth, too. You need that to be an attorney. Sort of. You sort of need that to be an attorney. You could use, like, hand signs or something.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Yeah, eyes not working good, voice not working good. Sorry. So in your 7 years expertise with serial killers and your experience with their linguistics, would it not be uncommon for a family member or a close friend or someone associated with them to try to speak back with them in a way that would resonate with them, in a lingo that they would understand when pleading with them.
Oh, that's not really common. It's often, if you imitate somebody else's pattern of speech, especially when they have a deranged or unusual pattern of speech, it's usually seen as mocking rather than sympathetic.
Well, could it not also be considered mirroring for somebody
No.
as a way to resonate with them?
Usually, like, especially in the case of something in text, that mirroring is very, very uncommon. It would be more common in kind of like a verbal environment than a text-based environment.
I think that's all you.
But we're not gonna win
I
this.
really have for you, Officer
We're not
Smith.
going to win this
Thank you for your
case
time. Really
on
appreciate it.
arguing facts. We're going to win
We're
this
done
case
with our
by
questioning.
casting
Sorry,
doubt
sir.
on
All
the
right.
investigation.
Franklin, do
pretty
you have
much.
a redirect based on that cross, or?
Single redirect, Your Honor.
I asked that of January. because
Ms. Smith,
that's not
you
true.
brought up in your testimony against Bird and Ophelia that Fear claimed she had migraines with an interrogation. Is there any evidence in this investigation which would indicate the murderer suspect having a similar issue?
Yeah, they often talked about their head pounding, beating, the only way to stop that being murder. A lot of things about my head hurts or head hurt, make it stop. That was a very common motif throughout this investigation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Takes all the time.
And defense, do you have a recross based on that
We're
single
2 hours in.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then Officer Smith, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probably the longest questioning we've had of a singular witness. That was almost an hour.
That's a new record, yeah.
There's going to be many
You're
records set in
welcome.
this.
Speaking of that, Your Honor, can I ask for like maybe a 5 to 10 minute recess for anybody who might need to use the bathroom, get food, etc.?
Sure, let's all
Yeah.
take.
For that.
I'd love to stretch my legs.
Like 5.
Let's take a nice solid 5, and we'll reconvene at
As much as I would love to stretch
33.
Mood, Jenna, mood. They're frisking everyone who comes up.
There's also a ranger out there if you want to get frisked by a ranger. inside. They're wearing the
Can you grab some for the also in case it does end up going bad, maybe this might just go
It's flat.
Throw
it goes pretty far.
potentially even go up to Cluckenbell if there is enough time. One thing
You said
go
no to meeting food, right?
just in case if there is no more food.
Yeah,
I have to get up or I'm gonna fall asleep.
do you want to just quickly step into enjoy
You
room
guys
just to?
need anything to
Doing
eat or
so
drink?
good. All this little
I have
I'm
some
good.
food on me.
Yeah, I'm good.
Amazing.
Do you want to just quickly step into your room for a couple of seconds? Let's sort of see.
You want us up into a room for a couple of seconds?
Yeah, just to
Would, either of
see
you
what
like to take
see
time
what
for a
where we feel we're going.
That's usually how people use medical
Okay, we'll be right back.
Baby boy.
Can we
That's right. Keep that young man's moving.
officer, could we use the
Friends, do you need any food or are you good?
jury room real quick?
Yeah,
Me and my co-counsel.
I got food before I
Police
came in, so I
officers
thought
in the
I'd
room is
check
great.
it out. I feel like
What's
pork
behind me?
sandwiches.
The number of non-police officers.
I want to give them access to the jury
and
room,
number of
the
police
attorneys.
officers have grown.
You're good. I'm
Let's double check for you, okay?
I didn't know where to stand and I didn't know where
Yeah, they usually let us use it. It's just a loud courtroom right now.
You're fair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, I think we've had some positives, some negatives in that so far.
The thing is, she was just becoming very hostile, and
Yes, absolutely.
I'm a little out of practice with that, so I should have been cutting her off when she was over elaborating on questions. So I think when it comes up with Pines, we need to keep it short, sweet, and get to the point. And
Yeah.
not have it linger on.
I also
Because
feel-
it was a very long time that she was up there, and it made her unruly by the time we were able to speak.
Yeah, I also feel at the moment, the way looking at this, our main way of winning this is not through specific argument or detail, but casting doubt on the investigation.
100%. So we didn't really need to.
So we
Pines
don't
is
need to
the
argue
next one up.
specific.
Nope, we don't want to go into specifics. We don't give a shit. But we have the few things that we needed to cast out on there, that things were done
Yeah.
with Pierce phone while she was away. With Pines, he's the lead investigator on this. We're gonna touch on to, that he went undercover, because Ashley came in this actually a lot later. She came in by the Stacy Wreck death, and everything that she was commenting on was just from the reports. Pines actually experienced all of this.
Yeah. The thing is as well, and we can go for this with Pines a little bit as well, is if you look in there, the only interrogations they have on here, the only ones that are in here, are of fear. Unless I'm completely blind, she said that there are interrogations of one other person here. I'm not seeing them documented anywhere.
No, there aren't, and that's where we get down to I'm
Yeah.
gonna clean that shit up and close.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
And that's
we've
why I was
really-
laying that, because now we're gonna have Ash come up and be like, yeah, I was interrogated 8 times.
And Franklin fucking did motion to put those on the docket and then deleted it. So I'm gonna point that out too, because our point that we're pushing forward on this moving forward, Pines and going.
They're
into the
hiding
second
stuff.
half. Not necessarily that they're hiding stuff, but they're really sticking staunchly to. They're not exactly loopholes, but they're structuring the case very specifically. Franklin's wording things very specifically. Like, we got lucky. I mean, I was going to be able to get that question about Doris Drews beforehand.
Yeah.
I don't foresee Pines being like Smith was. Smith, we should have objected to her being very argumentative a number of times and very hostile, but they'll just be like, it's a really intense case. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
And her linguistics thing that she claimed that mirroring is very rarely done, that is absolutely not true.
If we then get someone else, if we start tearing January apart with stuff like that, that's going to contradict each other.
I think, did you read the questions I gave about January?
No, I'm just catching up on some of that. I'm just kind of focusing on them as we go through each person.
Those are very to the point, but him being brought in as a forensic psychologist, the first thing he was brought in on as a forensic psychologist was to observe the interrogation.
Yeah.
That is never done when you're brought on as a forensic psychologist. Yeah. Once that is brought down, they are only brought in later down the line once they have already established clearly who their suspect is that they want to be assessed. So I'll handle the Patrick January ones because I put a lot of research into that. He's going to be a medical expert, which we can bring this shit up about.
Bring up with Pines, because I can tell you that Pines was in the, I don't know if he was in the Alex ones, but he was definitely in the interrogation, because he was the one that called me to go rep that. So he knows
know for a
that.
fact that he was with Alex.
So he was in both of those. So again, that's one of the things we're going to be like, so why are they not included? If nothing else, to exonerate those two people.
We might not be able to ask a lot of that if they don't open the scope for it. So we have to have a keen ear for it. But
Yeah. Well, if they mention
to
he
bring it
spoke
up.
to someone, yeah.
We'll be able to bring that up with our witnesses. We don't want to open that scope too wide. But Alex also did just admit to me, she's like, if it's helpful, I have a brother named Sam that they haven't mentioned at all. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to incriminate you guys on this. That's not my goal.
Got some good going there. So yeah, I think we're on the same page. So that's good.
So the Pines questions, we'll kind of tag team that one. He's a lot more agreeable. Let me start with him. I have a rapport with Pines. He's also kind of currently living in my house, apparently, as he's engaged to my roommate. That I didn't know. So he's a little bit more friendly. And we're just going to stick to, boom, was Spear ever seen at any of the murder scenes of any of the people aside from her own? Boom. Were any of these weapons purchased by Spear or come back directly to Spear? No. They were found around her in the scene. Boom. In your experience, you serial killers lacerate themselves, drug themselves up, and then plant incriminating evidence around. Like, no, shit like that. So
we probably might want to ask him about whether there was anything found on the cooler that they took from her apartment, because I know the answer to that is no.
That they took from her apartment?
Mm-hmm. The fish cooler.
Oh yeah.
That they're saying, because there was nothing found on it.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything found on it. We're absolutely certain of that, though.
Absolutely. I checked the CSI report. There was no mention of it, and there's no mention of anything found on it in the raid seizure or anything like that. I'm almost certain. Because
I notes extensively of what Franklin asked him to make sure to tack onto this, but I think we should use those pre-written Pines questions as a good guideline.
Specifically remember them saying, because I overheard them a bit, because they did the raid while she was in the custody before the interrogation, right? And I distinctly remember them saying, and I believe it's part of the interrogation, that it was completely clean, like sterile clean.
It's 36.
Okay. Sorry.
Supposed to be back at 33.
I apologize.
Said that.
Can't see what the watch
Or
says.
robbery.
Said that.
When am I putting a crown on your head?
No.
Beat you on top.
Wait for that. Okay.
Oh.
What the hell? What the hell? Missed.
Yeah, you needed to move a little bit closer for that one.
Crossfire. Sorry.
All right, is everybody back who needs to be back now? Do you still have your witnesses?
Yes, all but Patrick. But Patrick said they would be back, and I don't.
You're not
need
defense
Patrick.
anymore. You're state
Sorry,
now.
I'm defense build. My bad.
So your witnesses here.
We have one. I think the other one's We've got one.
Okay,
I believe the one's getting food.
Yeah. Getting food, perfect. As long as you know where they both are. State, do you have your witnesses?
Yes, except for Patrick, who will return shortly, but we don't need Patrick right now.
Okay. Then let's go ahead, put this court back into session. We finished up with Officer Smith, so we're moving on to the next state's witness. Who are you putting on the stand?
The state calls Wesley Pines to the stand.
Deputy Pines, approach my stand.
All right.
That
Go
is-
ahead and raise your left hand for me.
I'm not going to do anything tomorrow.
Perfect. Do you swear and affirm that the test you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you Momo?
Try yes or no response
I swear.
questions with Pines as much as we can.
Yeah.
Witness has been sworn in.
Microphone correctly. I usually have a problem with that.
You sound good, Pines. Just remember to keep your mouth nice and wide open before you speak and to give a little time to the other counsel to object before you answer.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Pines, could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Yes, my name is Wesley Pines. I'm a senior ranger with the San Andreas State Parks, and I'm also a detective in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And could you describe the extent to which you were involved in the investigation into the Hills Butcher?
I was one of the lead detectives of this entire investigation.
Mr. Pines, are you aware of the murder of Stacy Recht, which we have discussed here today?
Yes, I am. I was one of the original units to respond to that homicide.
Now, during this murder, it was found that Stacy Recht had 4 deer antlers nailed to her head as per the report and as per Miss Ashley's testimony. Are these antlers consistent with any other scenes you have come across?
Yes, they are. The following morning, I was alerted to a scene on Zancrudo Grand Valley, about a few miles north of the road, where a severed deer head was found with the antlers visibly sawed off.
Are you aware of any other animals or their parts being used in any of the murder scenes tied to the incidents which we are discussing here today?
Numerous. Nearly every homicide that has been discussed this evening, outside of the death of Robert Scott, which I believe did not include any deceased animals.
Can you do your best to describe these animals and their parts as well as their use in these scenes?
Sure. It really varies per the homicide. There was some obvious consistencies. Animal hats, deer antlers, carcasses. Some were definitely worse compared to others. For example, the homicide of Amber Hapa, who had multiple animals inside of animals, which were stuffed into a cesarean section style incision that was in the abdomen area.
Animals inside of animals, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I observed the autopsy that was conducted by Mercy Schilling at Eclipse Medical. We kind of termed the death the Russian nesting doll murder. Numerous headless bodies kind of stuffed into each other, then was put into that cut that I mentioned in the abdomen.
Now, in regards to Miss Harper's murder scene, were there any other animals found that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was quite a few of the clove-toe poisonous frogs that were kind of stabbed into the horns that were made a crown around the wolf head that was sewed onto Miss Harper's neck. Well as there was a trail of animal heads that basically from the driveway and the road back to where we found Miss Harper. That included, I believe it was a rabbit, it was one of the coyotes, and a double-crested cormorant.
Now, could you describe for the courts the status of these various animals when in consideration of their endangerment?
Where is he?
That question?
Absolutely. Could you describe to the courts the status of these animals when in consideration of their level of endangerment?
Yeah, so in my animal mutilation timeline, the full endangered species list, where I actually highlighted all 10 endangered species out of that wide list that were found. I outlined in that report, everything was in chronological order for animal related charges, and that included numerous animals like the poisonous frog, the cormorant, the the brown-backed coyote, and the gray wolves.
Can you walk us through some of the scenes in which you found animals harmed or otherwise mutilated outside of the murder scenes?
Objection, vagueness. Can we be more specific and not be here for 5 years?
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Or
I don't know if counselor is asking me to bring up specific scenes. I'm just looking for a general summation of any scene. Don't believe it's vague. I'm asking for something pretty specific here in regards to the animal mutilations.
I disagree. I think this is vague, and I'm going to sustain that objection.
I can reword. Mr. Pines. Is there any particular scene in which animals were mutilated that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was a handful. There was one incident where we found skinned and headless animals hanging from rafters at the largest building at the old nudist camp. Outlined in that report as well of how we found everything from blood at a wolf's den all the way up to there. In addition, there was just numerous times where I found traps in front of wolves' dens and the like.
Approximately, and to the best of your knowledge, how many different scenes of animal mutilation were there?
So I believe in that timeline, there is 72 reports, animal control reports that were kind of companion, or lab reports that were companion, a close to 50, and that is an approximate.
Did any of these scenes of animal mutilation share any themes with the murders of the victims?
Yes, there was a lot of headless parts that would then, or like organs missing, like hearts that we'd find from animals. You'd come across bunnies and or rabbits and mountain lions, coyotes, wolves even, and that their hearts would then be found on different scenes.
And Mr. Pines, are there any specific things that you feel connect fear to the killing and mutilations of these animals?
As it was mentioned with Officer Smith, that I had contact with Sam, which is the alias that Fia was going off of. Communicated with me. I went by the aliases Will to try to gain their trust. Throughout that, they included to me that they killed Stacy, that they killed Jilly, and also about wolf snares that were at Mount Gordo. I actually went up there one night during a operation, and then was directed by that individual via the burner phone to go to the spot where Jilly was murdered and look into a mailbox and get a laminated guide of how to make those traps.
10-4.
I had to say, I don't know where Jilly was murdered because I was trying to not let it be known that I was a law enforcement officer, and then was directed there.
Would anyone have had knowledge of the location of Jilly's murder who wasn't directly involved with this investigation?
No, they would not. That was not public information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pines. I appreciate it. I'm going to move on from this rather upsetting portion of questioning for the time being. I would like to now turn to Sadi Kai's attack. Mr. Pines, are you aware of the attack and kidnapping of former District Attorney Sadi Kai, which occurred May 1st and extended to May 3rd?
Yes, I was present for that statewide manhunt for her rescue on May 3rd.
Are you aware of how the police were informed of Sadi Kai's kidnapping and location?
Chief Detective Veronica Wilson was contacted by Sam in regards to Miss Kai being taken.
And what was the condition of Sadi Kai upon her being found?
She was chained to the floor. Her mouth was sewn shut. And I believe when they took her to the hospital that it was found that her Achilles were also slashed as well.
Did Sadi Kai inform you or any other officers of where she was when she was originally taken?
Yeah, in a conversation that she had with myself and Chief Detective Wilson, she said that she was taken from the porch of her primary her personal residence in Sandy Shores.
Do you have any indication as to any individuals who may have been inhabiting that area of the DA's office owned by Sadi Kai?
When we had interrogated Miss Fosfilly
Bit of a storm outside, so hopefully that don't
first
cut her neck.
time, myself and Ashley Smith brought Fear to the district attorney's office, like their satellite office that is in Sandy Shores, which is like 3 houses down from Miss Kai's personal residence. And we watched her use her key that she was given for her employment to get into the building.
Was there any evidence within the building to suggest that Fear had indeed been sleeping there?
We when we did search the office, I should say, it looked like somebody had been sleeping there, and there was also ends of blonde hair that were on a chair at the back part of the office. On that chair. Where it looked like
Objection,
somebody was sleeping.
speculation.
A rebuttal, Your Honor?
Sure.
He is testifying to direct evidence. This is not speculation.
Rebuttal.
Yep.
They're saying that this is evidence of Fear's hair having been planted there. This hair was never tested. It's just a yellow hair that could have been for any number of individuals who had gone in and out of former DA Sadi Kai's office, as it was used as an office space, and they did meet with individuals there.
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Don't need a rebuttal. Okay. The speculation objection is to a question that a counselor asks of a witness that asks a witness to speculate as to something that they would have no knowledge of. It is not an objection to a witness's statement. If you wish to counteract a witness's statement, you do that on cross-examination. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please continue.
Mr. Pines, did Sadi ever provide you with a description of her assailant? By you, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Did Sadi ever provide you or any officers with a description of her assailant?
She said that they had the very similar shoes or the same shoes as Fear. And then later, she actually did say in a conversation after that that it was Fear and did have a animal skull mask.
Did Sadi indicate whether or not she had a conversation with this individual?
Oh. Actually, I scratched that. Yes, they did have a conversation. Asked to use Asadi's access as the district attorney to delete reports, delete subpoenas, delete or change profile pictures.
And did Sadi Kai grant this access to the individual she identified as Fear?
No, she did not. He had told Fear no on numerous occasions from Sadi's statements.
Do you know what happened after she refused to give Fear this access?
She Sadi was attacked, was asked if I don't know the specifics, but was basically asked about the mouth or the foot. Names that she said mouth, but her both mouth was sewn shut and her Achilles were sliced.
Was there any evidence found in relation to this scene outside of the scene itself?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry, it's really hard to hear.
You're okay. Was there any evidence found in relation to this scene outside of the scene itself?
Are you asking from when she was found?
So the scene in which Sadi was found.
Okay.
Where was there any further evidence found in relation to her kidnapping aside from that scene in which she was found?
I was texted a clue from the suspect, to which the text, I believe it said clothing store quick as a rabbit, but rabbit was spelled incorrectly. And I do remember that. I told that over radio. Detective Meyer did go with Ashley Lockhart to go check out multiple stores, in which they did find one that had a knife in the store.
Was there any DNA on this knife?
Yeah, so the knife was a bloody knife, and it came back once tested in the crime lab as a DNA match for Miss Kai.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. We are going to move on to the Daisy Drew attack. Are you aware of the attack on Doris Daisy Drew, in which it occurred May 2nd, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
I actually responded to that scene and helped document evidence.
Do you have any indication as to why this attack occurred?
I believe when we're looking through both on Twinsta and in our subpoenas, that we found that Miss McNabb and Fear had been with each other, and at one point, Fear had even referred to Daisy as that redheaded bitch. And like I said, that's discoverable through
Phone,
subpoenas.
not fear.
Did Daisy give a description of the individual who attacked her to you or other officers?
It was a female in all dark clothing and had a mask on.
Do you know if Daisy was transported at all from where she was discovered?
I believe she was last seen actually leaving this very courtroom, and then was found at El Barro Heights area. Transported from there to from here to there.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. I will now move on to the scene in which Micah Rain was attacked. Are you aware of the attack on Micah Rain, which occurred May 3rd, 2025 at approximately 10 p.m. Eastern?
Aware.
Do you know where Micah Rain was preceding the attack on her life?
She was working at the Vanilla Unicorn.
And are you aware of whether or not Fear was ever spotted at the Vanilla Unicorn while Micah Rain was working that night?
She was spotted by a few individuals, including Decker Gahn, Ron Ripley, and herself. Talked to or seen Fair.
Is there any evidence that you have which could corroborate the claim that Fear was at the Vanilla Unicorn other than these eyewitnesses?
Eve, in the subpoena, there is a transaction for around that time that she was seen at phone, and I also do know that they were noticed her with no mask and no face, but that she did look slightly different than her Twinsta profile.
Your Honors, could you put the image, which is in the main docket, Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night Fear transaction, up on the monitor?
Slow down. Say that one more time.
Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night. Picture on screen.
All right.
Main screen, turn on. Get signal.
It's on.
Mr. Pines, is this the transaction you are speaking of?
That is correct. That is the transaction.
And the bank account number, which is highlighted in green there, is that the one that belongs to Fear Phosphophylite?
Yes, it is.
Now, moving on to the attack. How were police notified that this attack on Micah Rain had occurred?
So there was an injured person call in the El Barro Heights area, and then I know that LSSD Lieutenant William Cole and Deputy, Oakley Knox responded to, and then myself and a few others did find out that seeing the Twinsta post of Daisy looking injured and bloody on Twinsta.
And what was your involvement as far as Micah Rain's attack?
Sorry. Repeat that question.
Absolutely. What was the extent of your involvement as far as the Micah Rain attack?
Rain attack. So I think I answered the previous question. I was confused, a bit nervous up here. I was answering that about a different attack. Sorry for the record on that one. For Micah Rain, she was on a phone call with her. I got a phone call. Answered that with Detective Smith there with me. And it was Fear or Sam using the voice changer.
Now, were there any other individuals who witnessed this phone call that you had?
There was another woman on the line with the suspect, and then, like I said, Detective Smith was on the phone with me.
Do you have any indication as to who this other woman was on the phone call?
I had asked Sam directly. They wouldn't tell me. They did say that something about dying in an autistic way, which kind of was like in line with like the comments of like death is beautiful that they've said to me beforehand. There was also a mention of cancer. I replied back, oh, so like your father who died of cancer, as I was brought up in an interrogation. You can also see Detective Smith's full statement in the investigative report for the brief synopsis of that conversation.
Now, these comments about the dying in an artistic way and cancer, were these made by Sam or the other woman on the phone call? Could you repeat that for me, Mr. Pines?
Sam?
And the other woman on this phone call, did they say anything?
On asking what their name was, they were threatened that if they did, they were going to get hurt. Eventually, identified herself over radio. Basically, I was getting taunted for a while, and then she identified herself. The call immediately ended after that.
Where did you find Micah Rain?
Sophist Theater.
And was there any evidence on scene where Micah was found, which might indicate who had done this?
At the theater itself, not to my knowledge. I don't recall anything.
Was there anything on Micah's person which would indicate who had done this?
You said that she had multiple stab wounds. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. I am going to now move on to the mutilation of Brutus Maximus. Are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus, the dog, in which he was found mutilated on May 4th, 2025?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you have any indication as to who mutilated Brutus?
Yeah, I believe it was Fear.
Are you aware of how Fear came into custody of Brutus?
Told by, I believe, a call from Sean Dean. I was given Miss McNabb's number, which then I called and confirmed with her.
And what did Miss McNabb say?
Seen Brutus get into a vehicle with with Fear. the near the Ramathon on the Salt Flats.
Were there any other eyewitnesses to corroborate McNabb's statement that Brutus got into a vehicle with fear?
Yeah, Dakota Vantino Black, I believe is how you pronounce that. That was also with Bree at the time.
Yeah.
This vehicle that was identified, is there a description that was given?
I was told it was similar to a habanero. Which I do know that came back in bank records that Fear had rented one at around that time from the Ramathon rentals on the Salt Flats.
Are you aware of any evidence which was found on the scene of where Brutus was located, which would indicate that Fear committed these crimes?
The eyewitness testimony that we are in the statements that we had gotten, there was blood found on scene that matched Fear when it was tested in the MDW database.
Can you describe for us where this blood was found in relation to where Brutus's body lied?
I was found in the campsite, kind of near the base of Mount Gordo, where his leg was chopped off and he was really mutilated and attacked.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. No further questions for this witness.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination of... Are you Deputy Pines or are you Ranger Pines?
Pines. Senior Ranger Pines.
Pines.
Senior Ranger Pine. Yes, we have questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Here. Can everyone hear me all right? I'm doing good. Am I connected to the mic?
Sound good to me, Bird.
Thank you, Franklin. Load up my audio file here for Pines. While I'm doing that. How you doing today, Pines?
I'm doing all right. Could be better. Could not have to be dealing with all these animal mutilations.
Are you liking living in my house?
You stay there time to time, yes, sir. My fiance lives with you.
You're a Boston native, is that right?
Correct.
Random icebreaker question, unaffiliated. What camp are you in? Is Karen Reed innocent or guilty?
Not guilty.
Ooh, so you're of the camp of negligence, police cover up, and corruption. I like that, Pines. I like that a lot. All right. Now, you were the main investigator on this case. Is that correct?
One of them, correct, yes.
Well, exactly when your investigation began.
I started investigating animal-related crimes, I believe it was Valentine's Day, but this case specifically was a couple weeks later. I don't have a specific date for you.
Were there a lot of animal mutilations around that time in February?
I select one or two. One where I had charged an individual that's unrelated to this case with animal cruelty major.
You had a number of leads that you followed in this time, no?
Mostly just hunting related incidents.
Like a description of the offender of the animal crimes at this time that you were operating off of?
You'd be non-responsive, but can you elaborate?
At this point in time, were you just out there sort of looking to catch somebody in the act, or did you have any sort of leads or a description or a profile that you were working off of to find a suspect?
It's mostly just piecemealing, finding things on patrol, through my basic enforcement. That we come across, you know, an animal here and there that maybe just didn't look totally without foul play. Substantial.
Now, at what point did you
Ugh.
begin to link the animal mutilations to the alleged Hills Butcher murders?
With the homicide of Stacy Recht, and then finding the mutilated, no, sorry, not the mutilated, the severed deer head down the road in San Crudo Grand Valley. I believe that's where I started to be like, that's really interesting. It's very close. It's very similar with the sawed off antlers. We'd also seen a couple of other things with deers in the days kind of leading up to that in the Chiliad wilderness. Kind of was like, at that point, put something together of maybe I should make a little document about all of this and look into it further.
Something is in the general area, you could technically consider that as evidence of a crime that happened in close proximity to it. Is that what you're saying?
With how close and within it being within 12 hours of finding the deceased body of Stacy Recht, I was sure in my investigative skills that it was related. You don't normally come across antlers of a severed deer head that are sawed off that I had just seen 12 hours earlier at the homicide scene.
Would you know why it would be different when in regards to blood or DNA of an individual found within a street of a murder scene?
A bit confused by your question.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to big.
I can specify more. So using what you had just explained for how you were connecting these animal mutilation scenes to the Hills Butcher scene, as we had been talking about in regards to the scene for Jilly Markovich, there was blood found within a street of that murder scene, correct?
Ooh, my knowledge, especially when you were questioning Detective Smith, I was not actually present at the homicide for Jilly.
Let me see here. Did you have a number of different suspects on this case, or did you just focus in on fear?
I'm going to object to scope here. I'm also going to ask at the conclusion of this objection if I can have like a 3-minute recess.
You have a rebuttal.
The recess? No, if he needs 3 minutes.
No, to the objection.
It cut off a little bit, so I didn't hear what his objection was actually on this. Sorry, Franklin.
Franklin,
Scope.
repeat.
It's your favorite mouthwash. Scope.
Scope. The Detective Pines is the lead investigator on this whole case. These scenes were brought up and mentioned in his questioning by Franklin. All this falls under scope in this case here, Your Honor, from the animal mutilation scenes to the murder scenes. This has all been discussed to death.
Yeah, I'm going to agree and overrule this objection. Let's take 3 minutes. Let's all convene at 16.
Got a few ones to bring up.
Yeah.
But he specifically stated that Sati said that Thea was wearing an animal mask. That's not her statement. That gives us actually full scope to bring up parts of that statement because he's mentioned the statement. We can ask about the blonde hairs found in the office.
How are you doing, Glenn?
Chillin'.
I don't know why I'm spiraling out with my typing here on my phone. Braille fucks me up.
All right, thank you.
1 second. Said that Sadi said Fear was wearing a mask. Yeah, she never said that. And
That gives us full scope to actually bring up things in the Sati stuff, like Sati mentioned 4 different names that it could be. He mentioned the blonde hair, but that blonde hair never came back to anybody. Bring up.
Did Sati name 4 individuals? I can't
He-
remember.
He names 3 and 1 other name. He specifically says Sam, Alex, Fear, and another name is officially in her statement. And then with the statements of them saying
Did Julia have
witnesses saying that they saw
she went off duty?
her take the dog.
Is it like a head issue?
So they've mentioned that.
To it. Ophelia, do you want to drill him on the Sati Kai?
Yeah, I could put him on that. I also want to
Situation?
talk about the witnesses to Brutus, because you brought that up, and that's actually on the record in the interrogations that they are a member of a gang, and that they in fact were confrontational and even putting fear in her life, and dog was actually trying to protect Fear. That's in the interrogation. That's in evidence. Bring up that.
And then I've been
really-
also asked them, they had stated to Pines that they were going to physically harm Fear. Reject, try to slip it in anyway.
Slip it in. But when I met them and when I was turning myself in before they arrested me, the officers were taking orders from these death summons. Quite literally.
Yeah. I have a bit of that in my clothes.
All right, we good, Your Honors.
Let me structure these questions here. Go ask them about the Sadi Kai stuff. All right.
All right. Are the parties ready to pick up and continue?
Yes. Although I would deposit a, never mind. You already rolled.
Deposit? Franklin, you're in a courthouse, not a bank. What are you depositing?
Posit. I just get the words mixed up because I'm dumb. The scope objection was originally to bringing up the other witnesses, or not witnesses, suspects. That was never questioned, but you ruled. I get the point you're making. It's about the investigation as a whole. We can continue.
All right. So, Wesley, do you remember the question they were asked?
No shot. I would need that repeated, please.
The substance of the question was, did you have any other suspects you were looking into over the course of your investigation into all these animal things generally?
People of interest, people who we thought might be related, yes.
Go ahead.
So following up on that, did you interview any of these other possible suspects?
I did not hear that after that. Can you repeat that?
Did you interview any of these other possible suspects?
Yes.
Can you name those other possible suspects?
I'm going to object to this. I don't really know what the objection here is, Your Honor, so I'm hoping you throw a bone. Some of these individuals have already had their lives put at risk. We have specifically asked to Hob seal evidence that includes these individuals for that specific reason. And we would ask that if the counselors wish to explore this, they simply leave it to you to go through those sealed reports. Other than dead naming them here.
But Franklin, my dear boy, what happens at trial to a sealed witness or a sealed report?
Okay, Your Honor.
No. Answer the question. What happens?
They're unsealed.
Yeah.
Arf, arf.
So who are some of these other suspects you were looking into?
The two defendants that the defense has called today.
Not
let's review.
defendants.
No, just yeah, you're the defendant, Bird. It's the two witnesses that you called.
What you meant, I was just making sure to clarify for the record.
Understood.
Okay. So within the evidence you have provided to the docket, there are the interviews of Fia, but not the interviews of Alex and Ash. Why is that?
All right, can you re-say that again?
So I'll shorten it. The interviews / interrogations you did with Alex and Ash, why are they not in the evidence for this docket?
At least one is in evidence. I believe that, like it was also said by Detective Smith, that one of them had a issue, like a technical issue, provided. To the best of my knowledge.
Wait, hold on. Give us a second. Hey, I might just say from the bench, I don't really care about them asking the witness. If they've got issue with like Brady production, they should just like pull a sidebar and say, hey, we've got these issues. I don't like this whole, let's talk to the witness about why XYZ evidence isn't on the board. This is just a waste of time.
It does speak to credibility, though. That's the issue.
I mean,
Okay.
do they have a legitimate concern with like Brady, like evidence not being submitted?
Counting this stuff as a win, the fact that we're getting this far with some of this shit.
Material and exculpatory. So it would be legitimate to ask, you know, like, why wasn't it material or why wasn't it exculpatory, you know?
And why ask the witness and not the prosecutor? Like, I asked the detective doesn't make sense. It's up to the prosecutors.
I mean, that could be something. I mean, if you want to, you could ask whether they're trying, like, whether they're trying to do this to, you know, cast doubt on the investigation, or if they're actually trying to raise a Brady question. I mean, I guess you can just ask for clarity there.
Hey, it's me. This is me objecting from the bench to basically ask you, defense, what are you getting at here? Are you trying to basically question the credibility of the investigation that the CID and DPS have basically done, or are you actually are you actually like flagging up a serious, hey, like a serious Brady concern? There is evidence that's material and exculpatory that's not been provided.
In
Like,
order to translate for Van Dorst here, are you asking these questions because you are trying to allege a Brady violation on the part of the prosecution, or are you trying to sow doubt into the investigation and or show that there are other persons that could have been involved? Because if you're trying to raise a Brady issue, that's something that you wouldn't really question a witness for. That's something that we hash out in like a sidebar. But if you're trying to, you know, cast doubt because look, there's these other people who could have potentially.
Let me answer the question.
Then, yeah, that's a question.
I already know.
Van Dorst is just concerned that you may be trying to raise a Brady challenge by questioning a witness, and that's not really productive.
Just doing our
no,
job, so
yeah,
Your
we
Honor.
we
Not a
are
Brady violation.
Yeah, no, we're bringing up the credibility of the investigation and the actions of the detectives in that investigation.
Gotcha. Okay, then appropriate questions. Please continue.
Moving on to something else. You stated in your testimony earlier that Sati Kai, in her statement, said that Fia was wearing an animal mask. I would like to direct your attention to the recorded statements of Sati Kai, where she says no such thing. Do you often get reports? Do you often misunderstand reports?
There were over 170 reports in this case. Tried to make my knowledgeable on almost everything in this case, but nobody's perfect, including myself. So if I made a mistake, misinterpreted something from the report, it was not due in a malicious manner.
So you made a mistake reading this report. Continuing with the statements of Miss Kai, who was unfortunately not here to further iterate on them. She does state 3 names and a possible 4th name that was not documented: Sam, Alex, Fear, and another name. How much further did you go to investigate the names other than Fear she gave?
The names that you mentioned, can you clarify that for me so I can
Sam, Alex, and, as was stated, another name.
Alex is sitting right behind Bird that you say witness. So obviously we looked into that. We believed was Fia. The indication of, yes, we looked into things further. We obviously have as well.
Now going to the situation with is it Brutus the dog?
Yes.
The witnesses that told you about Brutus getting in the car with Fia, are you aware of them having any form of gang affiliation?
Objection relevance.
Rebuttal.
What's your rebuttal?
It's bringing in to question the motives of the witnesses giving the statements that they did.
A re-rebuttal if needed, Your Honors.
Sure, let's hear a re-rebuttal on this one.
There has been nothing put forward by our side or theirs or anything available within this docket or evidence to suggest that there is any motive by 2 witnesses who were at a public event and saw Fear abduct Brutus to suggest that there is any relevance to their affiliation with gangs or anybody else or otherwise.
Rebuttal to that.
Let's do one more.
These things, including their affiliation and the actions that we're going to go into, was in fact brought up and stated in the final interrogation with Fear, and is in the evidence.
I'm going to go ahead and overrule this objection. This is one where... Were we in a court elsewhere using someone's, criminal history and or gang affiliation to impeach their credibility for truthfulness is a fairly common thing. That kind of gets into the weeds of trial practice and procedure, though, so I think a simplistic way of emulating that is just to allow questions of this nature.
Do you want me to go ahead and answer? Or do you want to repeat the question?
You can remember the question, feel that answer, or I can re-ask it.
At the time,
Objection scope. Nothing involving the personal lives of the two witnesses of Brutus Maximus's abduction was ever brought into question. Second interrogation was never brought into question. The fact that they may or may not be gang affiliated was never brought into question. This is not within the scope of the questions I asked Wesley Pines.
What do you think? Do you think that's within scope?
Roland, go.
Specifically, it was asked how Pines was aware that Fear got a hold of Brutus. He said he got a call from Sean Dean, was given Bree McNabb's number, and then McNabb called her. McNabb said she saw Brutus get in the car with Fear. It was asked, were there any other eyewitnesses? To which he answered yes, Dakota Valentino Black. Now, defense is asking, are you aware that those two individuals that told you about this are gang affiliated?
Yeah.
Not within scope.
No, it's fine. He's kind of, this is something he wasn't expecting, so he's kind of grasping.
What about you, Vanderwast?
They mentioned both of them already, how there were present, there were witnesses. They're trying to offer an alternative explanation. It's within scope. I mean, obviously, it's the same thing as last time, right? They've already, they've made a casual connection, but they haven't really built it up. I guess over the main line, like you said, would get sustained, but I guess over here it's very much a, yeah, I mean, they made the casual connection. They can ask the question.
Okay.
Well, back to you again.
All right, we've got a split panel. One saying yay, one saying nay. I'm going to overrule this objection on scope. And the reason why I'm going to overrule this objection on scope is because it was asked on direct questioning how Pines was aware that Brutus was kidnapped by Fear. And the answer given was because he got a call from Sean Dean and was given Bree McNabb's number and then was called by Bree McNabb and spoke to her about it. And then the immediate subsequent question was, were there any other eyewitnesses that you were aware of? To which the answer was Dakota Valentino Black. So both of these individuals have been established on direct questioning as being the eyewitnesses that saw Fear get Brutus and get him into the car. So it is a fair question for defense to then undermine the credibility of those eyewitness identifications through attacking their character, trustworthiness, recollection, whatever it may be. You can't ask questions about who an eyewitness was and then deny defense the ability to ask questions to undermine that. So overruled. Go on ahead, defense.
Do you need me to re-ask this, Ranger?
yes, please.
Okay. The witnesses that told you about Brutus getting in the car with Fear, are you aware of them having any gang affiliations?
At the time that I was informed of this incident, so that night, no. I had to be honest with you, I basically did not know who Miss McNabb was at all.
Have you been made aware of any gang affiliations since?
Yes.
And that affiliation is?
The Dead Omens MC.
Relevance, objection.
Bottle? This is building foundation of argument of the credibility and motives of the witnesses.
Rebuttal, Your Honor.
Sure.
she's established what she was trying to establish. They're gang affiliated. What gang that they're affiliated with is not relevant, pertinent to this case, or should be added onto record.
Let me ask you this,
rebuttal?
defense. Is this the last question in your line, or are you going somewhere else with this?
We're going slightly somewhere else with this.
Okay. If you're going somewhere else with it, I'll allow it to continue, but I'm going to cut it off if it seems like it's spinning your wheels.
Yeah, it's fine.
You re-ask the question.
What gang are they affiliated with?
They're a part of the Death Owens Motorcycle Club, which is a club.
Of any incidences of altercations between the Death Omens and Fear?
It's a vague.
God damn it.
I think my witness is having trouble understanding that question, so we're just gonna object to vague.
Vague.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule that. It's not vague. It's a fairly direct question. I mean, look, if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I guess I don't recall. I think I don't know.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Then let me refresh your memory back to the interview, the final interview, where Fear gave her side of the story of that situation. Do you recall that story?
No, I don't recall. Can you please enlighten me?
I would object to the witness allowing the counselor to,
Well,
to
yeah.
give statements and testify.
Okay, so we're gonna put the answer to that question as no. Please continue defense.
Do you in fact, you said you don't remember the interview. That's fine. Are you aware of an incident where Fear was attacked and hospitalized in prison?
Objection scope.
Building from the previous questions, and the next question will expand upon, link the two.
Re-rebuttal if needed, Your Honor.
Okay, on this one, we are now post-arrest of Fear with this question, and there has not been a single question on direct dealing with the circumstances behind the arrest of Fear or what happened afterwards. You're gonna have to give me a lot more to survive a scope objection on this one.
I can make that question more blatant and direct.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you aware of the Death Omens attacking Fear in the prison and putting her in the hospital?
I'm going to object once again to scope.
Yeah, see, here's the problem with the scope of that question. All of the direct questioning of Pines related solely to the investigation leading up to the arrest of Fear. You're trying to ask now a question based on what happened after Fear was already incarcerated. That's not really within the scope of the direct questioning. So I'm going to have to sustain that objection on scope.
So, based on the testimony given in the interviews about a confrontation between Fear and the Death Omens, would it be fair to say that Death Omens may have an ulterior motive to target
to
Fear?
Scope, objection to speculation.
Rebuttal. This was in scope because we brought up the incident in question. It's in the evidence. And that this isn't speculation. This is asking his professional opinion on whether someone that's had an altercation with someone previously would have an ulterior motive for claiming someone did something.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the scope objection. My panelist has a question. One moment. Yes, logically speaking, yes. Okay. All right, so my co-panelist raises a good good point. I'm actually going to sustain this objection on speculation, and the reason why I'm going to sustain it is because the witness here has already admitted that he doesn't remember that part of the interview at all. So if he doesn't remember that interview at all, then logically speaking, he wouldn't really be able to say whether the Death Omens may or may not have an ulterior motive because he didn't even remember that part of the interview. So he would necessarily have to speculate on that. And as I had said before, the speculation objection is for a question when you're calling upon the witness to speculate as to something that they don't have firsthand personal knowledge of. He's already denied he doesn't have firsthand personal knowledge of whatever altercation was going on with Fear and the Death Omens. So I'm going to sustain this one on speculation.
Fair enough. And I'm now going to tag in my co-counsel. All yours.
All right, Pons, I don't want to keep you up there much longer. I'm just going to try and get through the rest of these questions I have here for you, okay?
Sounds good.
This is fun. This is fun. This is the stuff that I enjoy as a lawyer. Is being like...
Within the evidence,
even if
here,
we lose
you,
this, we've had a
report
good
number
one.
52004, where Beef Malarkey had spoken to Ash Nuta.
Take a look at that report.
I'm gonna object to scope.
Not objection, rebuttal. He has testified that he did in fact interview and or interrogate Ash and Alex here.
Rebut to this, Your Honor?
Sure.
They're specifically talking about a conversation involving, I believe, unless I'm misinterpreting James's question here, Beef Malarkey and Wesley. I don't believe that was ever brought up.
I am referencing it was conducted by Beef Malarkey, but it isn't the evidence here in the overall case.
Okay, so clarification from the court. The interview of Ash, which Pines referenced in his cross-examination as occurring, Beef was the interrogator during that? Is that what's going on here?
Oh, all we had submitted by the state for the evidence on it in regards to this was this one conversation. And I'm just looking to reference one thing about it, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the report?
52004.
Look at this report. Judiciary.
Give me a second.
Getting tired already. My brain's starting to go. Fuck, we've got so much more to go on this. This is going to be like... Because we've got... Who have we still got to go?
Okay,
January, we've got Ash, we've got Rigby. we've got left to go. And obviously, we've got an insect. This is going to be like an incredible deliberation and verdict. This is gonna take forever.
Okay, so both Wesley and Ashley were, I mean, they're listed on the report, I guess, for notification purposes. And it was testified to that there was some kind of questioning of Ash. I think it's, I think it's within scope, but it doesn't appear that Wesley was actually involved in this at all. He was just sort of notified of it. So, like, you're gonna have to be very particular with your questioning here.
Yeah, since if he is not familiar with it, I really don't want to draw it out. I'll withdraw my question.
Yeah, well, he didn't actually answer whether he was familiar with it or not. Is this a report that you've actually read?
Are you familiar with the Pines?
Sorry, no, I'm not familiar with it. There was so many reports that I was tagged for notification purposes that this is not what I'm familiar with at all.
Every single one of them, like we did Pines. Come on.
Really quite good at how well me and James are doing here. Considering we
but-
do know that like we do know that our client is entirely
at what
100%
point-
guilty of all this as well. You know,
What evidence
We
have
are-
you collected that had put
we
fear
are
specifically and
coming
directly
from
on
back.
your radar in this case?
you know, we know that we're on an uphill fight on this.
I'd have to look back to my specific notes of what kind of fully led me to there. But she had been a person of interest for a while. In regards to some of her Twinsta posts, that kind of corresponded to some of the messages that had come through my burner phone.
The one that's going to be
Sam,
really mean is we are going to be
acknowledge,
tearing
really
the doctor apart.
only been known because of that.
Was Spear ever found to be in possession of any of these phones of numbers that were being communicated with by the killer?
I don't recall.
Was Spear ever to be found in direct possession of any weapons that were tied to any of murders or attacks of any of the individuals in this case today?
Direct possession, I don't believe so, but I know her found on scenes and such, including the Brutus situation, which I mentioned earlier.
Any witnesses that put fear directly at the scene of any of these murders or attacks, aside from the one base for Brutus the dog and her own attack?
Through the burner phone.
I apologize. I didn't quite understand what your response was there, Pines. Were there any eyewitnesses that put fear at the scene of any of these attacks, aside from her own attack that she was found at?
And the Brutus attack.
Brutus attack, thank you, Justice Joy.
She herself said that she was present and assisted in the murders of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. That is directly in the interrogations.
And did she explain that she was forced to participate in that scene for fear of her own life?
And yeah.
Any blood or DNA connected to fear at any of these murder or attack scenes aside from her own?
I said the one for Brutus.
Activity ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
That I fully hear your question, so can you please repeat that?
Remember to
Counselor
keep your mouth open, boys.
Was gang activity
Sean.
ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
No, it was not.
Did Fear provide to you directly any options or leads, or even express directly who the killer was?
I believe I previously said she tried to claim her brother was the one doing it.
And you did follow up on these leads, that's correct?
Yes, things were thoroughly investigated.
In hell, I'm starting to see daylight
Not
out my
also-
window.
Was Fear not also a suspected victim of the Hills Butcher themselves?
Briefly, but was also considered a suspect even she was recovered. She was placed in police custody even at that time.
Aside from the interrogations, did Fear ever call in to report any suspicious activity that was directly tied to this case?
Yeah, going back to the, I believe I'd have to look specifically, but it's either the first or the second, or roughly around there. And then my animal mutilations timeline, it's a situation where we actually encountered Fear, near a scene. She called one in. We had also that day, then later on, had to educate her. We had a conversation to the pancake parlor regarding proper places to hunt.
That's all I have for my questions for you, Pines. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
One moment to confer.
I think we've got Franklin a bit rattled with some of this shit. I don't think he was expecting some of it, which is good. What? Streaming? Sorry, I'm not what you mean, Ruby.
No redirect for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, then Pines, you're done. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Objection
Who's
made.
the
Sorry.
next witness there, DuPont?
I'm not quite sure what you mean there.
The next witness for the state would be Dr. Patrick January.
Did you just
Sure I
close your
can.
eyes and spin in place and then say whoever it was that you saw first?
No,
I think so.
I didn't close my eyes.
What was with that little twirl then, huh?
Looking for somebody with red hair, and I started.
What did
Anyways.
you say, Bird?
Go ahead and swear him in.
Is that Fear?
Nope. Yep. Go ahead and raise your left hand for
The
me.
fraud is going up.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide
So
shall
we'll
be
be
the truth,
short.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, Dayashi.
I do.
Sworn in state.
Hi, Patrick. Could you state your
Yeah, I'm
full
on the hash
name
rate.
and occupation in its entirety for the record?
Which is
am
how I think a lot of people do
Dr.
find me.
Patrick January. I'm a trauma surgeon and forensic psychologist.
And before we begin, how much have you familiarized yourself with this case and with the reports within, including the medical and interrogations?
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay. We are going to start at the beginning with the first murder victim, Stacy Recht. Can you describe the condition of Stacy Recht's body?
On scene or when it was brought in?
Sorry, Gus.
You
Happened.
okay? Gus, you okay?
Good, all good.
Something.
All right, I'm sorry, guys.
So the body was arranged in a statuesque manner, looking like it was offering a heart. This was done by stitching rebar rods to the arms to hold them in place. The chest was completely cut open. The ribs were smashed apart. The heart was replaced, which later found to be a cougar's heart.
Just reading off the medical.
Like I said, there was rebar rods stitched to the arms to fix them in place. There was 4 antlers nailed into the skull, forming a
I
crown.
am agitated in my head.
The face had a sad smile stitched into it, and a clean cut in the neck, which was
Your Honor,
what
can we
was
object to this? I don't mean any disrespect, but objection to the relevance on this. These things have already kind of been outlined. If we're just going to be reading from the report, do we really need to like ask detailed questions about all of the scenes if we're just going to reiterate information written down?
Happy to respond,
Please
Your
do
Honor.
it.
Sure. I'm also going to pretend that Bird objected to asked and answered rather than.
Relevance.
I did.
You said relevance.
No. Asked and answered.
Okay, there we go. All right, Franklin, what's
Okay.
your rebuttal?
This line of questioning has never been asked of this witness. This witness is an expert witness and has been established as an expert witness in the medical
There you
field.
go.
It is pertinent to this case to go over these details and ask the expert witness their opinion and their perspective. More than happy to break it up into the what about her face? What about her head? What about her arms? What about her torso? What about her hands? What about her feet? But for the sake of expediency, I would prefer to be able to just ask the condition of the body.
Okay,
With
so
expediency.
for the condition of the body, like, are you is this a question basically just building foundation to go into something later? Is that what you're doing?
No, this is this is to establish quite literally the condition of the body, the scars, the damage, the decorations, in order to build foundation for the themes that are shared between all of the victims.
I'm all set on food, friend.
Okay, as long as we're using this to build some kind of foundation into later questioning, then
thank you very
I'll
much.
allow it. But if it's just to establish the condition of the body, you already did that with Officer Smith and the reports that were submitted as evidence. All right, go ahead and continue.
to the bathroom. The knife wound to the neck was what was determined at the time to be the cause of death. A stagnation due to the knife wound.
Were there any apparent signs of a struggle?
There was not.
And was there anything specific about Stacy Reck's body that stood out to you that you had not mentioned so far?
No, I believe that's everything.
Moving on to Jilly Markovic, can you describe the condition of her body upon receiving her?
So her chest had been carved open with a blade. The heart was removed. The hands were sawn off. Needles were placed under the nails. There was rebar in her back. And again, an animal heart was replacing hers. Her mouth was, again, skillfully stitched to a sad smile. The chest was crushed. And rebar was stabbed into each of the deltoids with a coyote head mounted on each end.
And what was the cause of death for Jilly Markovic?
That would have been exsanguination from the severed aorta due to the stab wound to the back.
Were there any apparent signs of a struggle?
There was not.
Takaya Tani, can you tell me the condition of his body upon receiving him at the morgue?
Objection going into the facts of the case and not expanding upon the expert witness as well as asked and answered.
Okay, my rebuttal is we've already crossed this bridge, Your Honor.
Can we keep it to the questions that the expert witness is adding to rather than reiterating what we've already done?
Can I please rebut to this? A fairly important rebuttal.
You can rebut to it, but I was gonna rule on it.
Within my favor, because
Yeah, like, look, I'll allow Franklin to ask a singular question about what the condition of the body was, as long as the questions that stem from that are things like, you know, he's been asking, was there a sign of a struggle? What was the cause of death? Cause of death, that's not something that we've gotten into yet. So as long as the subsequent questions following from the condition, like, that's fine.
I don't mean to seem repetitive in these questions. However, the condition to which Ashley Smith spoke to was the condition which the body was in on scene, not when the body was examined. This is going into a medical expert's examination of this body, and whether or not there may be themes that were missed or details that were not observed simply from peripherally Smith's perspective, we feel that this witness will be able to offer. So I ask again, once again, Dr. January, can you describe the condition of Kai Atani's body?
The body was, well, there was an axe wound to the head, a deep cut to the top of the head. There was cuts all over the torso. A large axe wound in the back. Right hand was stitched to a pitchfork. A human heart was found on the pitchfork. Approximately 24 hours, 2 weeks old, the heart was. Legs bisected from the body. The upper organs were intact. Intestines were damaged when the body was bisected.
Could you describe bisection for the layman?
Cut in half.
What was the cause of death for Kai Otani?
It was the axe wound to the brain.
Is there anything withdrawn? Were there signs of a struggle?
You rattle in with that? That's what we want.
Nothing to cite.
We're making him question or withdraw some questions.
The heart which was found on this pitchfork, do we know who this belonged to?
Let me check the lab list real quick.
Beyond disbelief with this one.
Yeah, I just want to talk to him about his expertise as a forensic psychologist.
I don't believe
Not a
so.
biased statement. I don't give a shit.
To Amber Harper, can you describe the condition of her body upon being received at the morgue?
Do I? It's so miserably repetitive.
I'm with you, Fear. I'm with you.
Let's see. Was decapitated with a coyote head attached at the collarbone. A crown of thorns was on top of the coyote head.
That's wrong.
There was C-section style stitching to the stomach. Contents inside. Well, that actually doesn't matter. That doesn't have to do with the body. There's pricks to the right hand, similar in size to a thorn of a flower, potentially a rose. All organs except
We're
the heart.
getting
were
close to
removed.
the home stretch.
This includes, but is not limited to,
Most
the
of this
lungs,
is going to get
large and small
shorter and
intestines,
shorter.
kidneys, gallbladder, bladder, liver, spleen, pancreas, uterus, tubes, and ovaries.
Been here 4
The
hours so
heart
far.
was untouched.
Is there a cause of death for Amber Harper?
So I've got energy drinks and cider. I'm going to keep going.
Were there any signs of a struggle?
There are not.
In fact, I've got
Moving
strawberry
on
and
to
pineapple
Robert
cider.
Scott, can you describe the condition of his body upon being received at the morgue?
It needed to be reassembled when it got to the morgue. It came in a body bag. It was covered in multiple large lacerations that were most likely done by a hatchet or an axe. There was multiple blunt force trauma marks. This is violent and vicious in nature. The head was completely smashed in. Face was caved in. There's a single large
GTA single player
laceration to the
tomorrow,
back
by
of
the
the
way, that's
head.
gonna happen.
The heart was missing. Bruising patterns along the arms. Pieces of wood underneath the fingernails. Lacerations on legs. The heart was missing. No other organs were missing.
Was there a cause of death for Robert?
It was massive exsanguination due to multiple lacerations to head and torso.
And were there signs of a struggle?
There was the pieces of wood underneath the fingernails. There was black fiber found underneath the fingernails. There was bruising on the arms, which were likely caused by a struggle, but probably not restraints.
Describe the condition of Paul Jones's body.
Paul Jones was missing his head, severed at the neck. The chest was cut open. There's organs brought back from the scene that were not in the body at the time. The hands were missing, severed at the wrists. There was bruising and rope burns on the ankles. The heart was missing. It was not on scene, but all the other organs were on scene and they were recovered.
Was there a cause of death?
Exsanguination.
There signs of a struggle?
Yes.
Can you describe the condition of Lucy Calloway's body upon being received at the morgue?
Much like Paul, a missing head, decapitated at the neck. The chest was open. All the organs were brought back to Eclipse besides the heart. There was scraping to the back with dirt inside of the scrapes. The hands were missing. There was bruising on the arms. Heavy bruising to the ankles, rope burn. Lacerations to the thighs. Yeah.
Is there a cause of death?
Decapitation, excessive exsanguination.
Were there signs of a struggle?
Yes. The bruises on the arms and the dragging, or what seemed to be dragging scrapes with the dirt in it.
Now, before we move into the surviving victims, I want to touch back on Amber Harper. Are there any foreign objects or bodies found on Amber Harper's corpse?
Yes. There was everything found on the body was orange synthetic hair, A coyote was inside of her that contained a headless double-crusted cormorant, which contained a headless brush rabbit, which contained a headless tiger salamander, which contained a wingless butterfly.
All right. Now, moving on to Sadi Kai. Can you describe the condition of Sadi Kai upon her arrival at the hospital?
She had a severe stab wound to the stomach. Her Achilles tendon was completely severed on the right foot, and her mouth had been sewn shut.
Can you inform us of the extent of her injuries?
The patient where she was stabbed will most likely have permanent nerve damage. The Achilles tendon will make it so there'll be a long process of physical therapy before the patient
Likely dwindling.
attempt to walk again.
Of how long this is going.
Were there any signs of permanent damage?
Like I said, the Achilles tendon could be permanent. It all depends on how it heals and what physical therapy can help in the process. The nerve damage is, or will be permanent, yeah.
Can you describe the condition of Doris Daisy Drew upon her arrival at the hospital?
This is why cases like this
she had a
actually
stab
take
wound to
months
the
to happen in
abdomen
real life.
And on her chest and face. Yeah. The abdominal wound went deep enough to puncture her kidney. Haunt was carved into the chest. Haunt. And the same word was carved into her face, although this one was less deep and did not require stitches.
Were there any signs of permanent damage?
The scarring from the blade wounds will be permanent. Later on, there was a test result done through the labs on her kidney injury. There is evidence of reduced kidney function, and there will be further diagnostic evaluations.
Again, I think a lot of our closing here is now going to be they haven't proved
Finally,
beyond a reasonable
and
doubt.
lastly, can you describe the condition of Micah Rain upon arriving at the hospital?
I believe it's this one. She had 6 stab wounds to the abdomen. Both her lungs were punctured by this, and her throat was slit. She had fluid in her lungs from the punctures. There was one of the stab wounds had made a small laceration to the kidney. She was not breathing on her own post-operation. She woke up 4-ish days later. Vitals were better. She was in a lot of pain from her torso. There was no infections. Her breathing was labored. It was healing at that point. She had a CT scan recently, and there's a high probability that the lung will not fully recover.
We're getting
to
there.
the state it was prior to being
I
pierced
think
twice.
that's Rick.
And
there's also a higher.
I think that's all of their
a higher
witnesses,
increase of
and then we
risk
can just move
to
on
the
to
lung
because everyone else
collapsing
has
because
deposed,
of
so we can just move on
the
to
injury sustained.
Ashton and Alex, which shouldn't be too long, and then we can get this wrapped up.
And for my final question, Dr. January, there are any. Did you see any themes or commonalities shared between the bodies?
Heavy use of animals and stitching of the mouth. Also taking victims' hearts and heads.
Dr. January, no further questions for this witness.
You have a cross defense.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
There you go.
Dr. January, you were brought into this case to be the forensic psychologist, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell me, in your practice, are forensic psychologists typically brought in to observe interrogations along with PD and prosecutors?
Yes.
Yes. Can you describe the primary role of a forensic psychologist in an investigation?
Before a suspect is caught is to make a psychological profile of who that suspect may be using evidence already found. After the suspect is caught, it is my job to find if they're fit to stand trial and whether or not they are able to be reintegrated into society.
So forensic psychologists are typically not supposed to assess until later down the line in the process, so as to help avoid a bias from the party employing their services?
I don't understand the question.
So my question is, you're saying that forensic psychologists are brought in to assess to see if they're fit to stand trial.
Yes.
You were brought in during the interrogation, and that is not common with forensic psychologists.
Objecting to counselor testifying there.
Yeah, that's not a question, bud. You need to ask a question.
It is very common.
At what date did you first assess fear?
Oh, that would have been, let's see, May 4th.
And at what date did you write the profile for the Hills Butcher?
That I'm unsure of because I had that off of the MDW as I did not want to put it into the basic psychiatry portion where all the psychs could see it. Unsure when I started that. I keep a watchful eye on Twinsta and try to parse what's going on with certain individuals.
If the court would allow, could Dr. January reference the MDW to see when he wrote his profile on the Hills Butcher?
Sure, but from what Dr. January is saying, he started that off the MDW and then put it onto the MDW later. So the date at which it was entered into the MDW would be different than the date upon which that profile was started.
When you were writing this profile, Dr. January, did you already have fear in mind as the suspect according to the investigation?
When I first started it, no.
Now, aside from
It
being
was some weeks later that I had fear as one of the people I thought it may be.
now, aside from being the forensic psychologist, you're also the medical expert witness on this case, correct?
Correct.
Just for the record, how long have you been a medical practitioner?
Geez, coming up on 7 years, so 6 years.
Are you familiar with rocuronium bromide and its use?
A paralytic.
Are you aware of how long rocuronium bromide typically stays in a person's system?
That depends on the individual.
Does it depend on the dosage used?
Yes, it also heavily depends on that.
Was it documented or able to be documented the amount of the rocuronium bromide found inside fear?
I'm unsure.
Would it be safe to say that rocuronium bromide would hinder a person's ability to function in terms of committing any of these acts?
Well, if there was no other medication given after the rocuronium bromide, the person would have died.
What if the rocuronium bromide was paired with a number of knife wounds to their body, specifically 15?
With medication and trauma surgery intervention, they could live.
Saying that they had this in their system, they have these injuries, they have not been taken to a hospital or seen by EMS yet. What is the likelihood that an individual under these circumstances would be able to climb through a construction site, cutting and stabbing themselves, and sprinkling incriminating evidence against themselves all around their unconscious body?
I'm gonna object so hard to this on speculation, calling for a conclusion that this witness is not an expert of. This is a doctor. I
Rebuttal.
might remind you.
This is the medical expert that he has motioned onto this case, and this is a medical related question.
Ooh, okay, so this question does call for speculation. However, bring experts onto the stand literally to ask them to speculate about stuff. That is the whole point in having an expert witness, is to ask them what ifs and hypothetical scenarios about what could have possibly happened or whatnot. That is the whole point to an expert witness. That's why they're there. It's overruled.
Depending on the dosage and severity of the stab wounds, well, even so, I'm going to say no, because they would be rocuronium bromide paralyzes you. It stops your lungs from working. They would cease to breathe.
Dr. January, let me confer with my co-counsel to see if I have any further questions. Okay.
Got two.
What are they?
Based on the level of injury that Fear suffered, would that be psychologically traumatic? And then would that level of trauma then be caused effects when being interrogated, such as PTSD or stress?
Okay. Figure out your wording for those. I have one more question I just remembered. For your patience, Dr. January. I just had one more question for you before my co-counsel asks you something quick. In your experience and your forensic psychologist expertise, when a friend, a family member, or maybe even a victim is trying to reason or speak with a serial killer that they are faced with, is it not a common tactic to mirror them, to get them to adhere to you and like you?
That's one of the responses. There's flight, fight, and fawn is one of them. And that would be mirroring to get the person to like you.
Thank you, Dr. January. I'll hand it over to my co-counsel.
Elevated. Thank you for the follow. Okay, couple of quick ones for you, Doctor. With the significant level of injury that was Thea suffered, would it be a reasonable thing to say that she could have been psychologically traumatized by that ordeal?
Per basis, personally, I can't say, but as a general consensus, yes.
So someone who has been so recently psychologically traumatized, would reactions of panic, PTSD, distress be a potential response to being aggressively questioned in an interrogation?
Again, general consensus, yes.
Further questions? I'll pass to my co-counsel if they have any more. Thank you for the shout out, Ockham. Hope you're enjoying the show. I do apologize that this is possibly going on too long, but I hope you guys are enjoying it.
I don't want to open up the scope on it any further.
Yeah, no, that's good. No further questions.
All right,
Yeah,
Franklin,
appreciate
you
the
got
shout out. And I
any
say I
based
hope
on that
hope you're
cross-examination?
all hope you're enjoying
Maybe
this, and
their
that you know
expert. Good
we're
Lord,
having
we
a
will
good
never
thing.
leave this place.
No. Let us go home.
Dr. January.
And Renoa, thank you for the follow, and
on
Audio
that,
Echo, thank you for the follow.
question in which
There's no
James
chance
had
to
you
do the rest of
speculate
this
on whether or not a
tomorrow.
person would be able to do a bunch of physically demanding chores while dosed with recronium bromide. Would an individual be able to do these physical feats before dosing themselves with recronium bromide?
Yes.
You're saying that dosing yourself with recronium bromide has no effect on the past, as if this is some Back to the Future-esque sitcom.
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, it was touched upon that you had created...
Objection. Back to the Future wasn't a sitcom. It was a movie.
Anyways, it had been touched on that you had made
Same.
some...
Bird is correct. It was a movie.
He's right. I was hoping you should say that. Sorry, go ahead, Franklin.
Okay. All right. Jesus Christ. It was referenced that you had made psychological evaluations based on the interrogation as well as the investigation itself. So I would like to touch on these. I'm going to bring up a psych profile using reports from the Hills Butcher case, number 52745, due to it being the less meaty of the two. Can you describe to the court your thought process when creating this psych profile?
At the time of starting to notice very odd posts on Twinsta, I followed the account and started to pay attention to the way that they type their Twinsta posts, the different pictures that they had put on there.
Where is any of this stated?
It's in the psychological
There
reports.
was there was a lot of similarities to where the pictures were taken on the hill, like what the account that I was following, that matched up to areas that I noticed that Fear was posting while hunting. I had noticed that there was autopsies coming in where animals were involved, and that sparked the connection to actually start writing things down. And I just basically kept following that Twinsta account, looking at things that they were saying, how they were saying it, and the pictures that they were posting.
Now, can you speak to the behavioral patterns by which you observed during this investigation or these series of events?
There
if I'm
is
incorrect, but
a
nowhere in either of his medical that he
a pattern
state that
of
he ever looked
talking
into the
about
case
loudness
prior
and
to the
noise and wanting it to
interrogation.
stop. From
reading
the
them right
Twinsta
now.
posts. That was also observed by me in the interrogation, the second interrogation, the one that I sat in on. There was a lot of dead animal posts that were leading up to the deaths of all these individuals, which then pretty much that Twinsta account went kind of barren, and the person was then using the phones of the victims. And the same type of text patterns, the same "I want to make it stop," things of that nature were appearing.
You have a section here which is entitled Psychological Traits. Could you speak to that?
So a lot of this was before I sat in and got more insight to
We did have a bias.
the interrogation, what I saw there. I saw it more of a sadistic game, more so than what it seems to turned out to be, that is art in the eyes of the defendant. Definitely a desire to control narratives. There's many posts from the original burner account and the ones from the victims that were apologetic and almost, they're the suffering victim in all of this. The disregard for societal norms I noticed from a lot of animal killing, but a lot of very isolated pictures on that account out in the middle of nowhere where no one really is. The possible identity confusion, again, was pre me knowing what I knew after the interrogation. And I thought that the use of the victims' phones was basically maybe the perpetrator taking on the traits of that person. This was all things that I was collecting over time before I knew the whole picture and got more evidence.
He has just outed himself repeatedly out of bias.
Now, moving on to
no
interrogation notes
record.
for Fear Phosphophylite 52353.
Things before he was called into my interrogation.
You walk us through your thought process when creating these interrogation
cleaning
notes.
it up and close, all right?
I basically just, what I do is I sit and I just write notes while I listen. I had 4 full pages of notes that I compiled down into this easier to digest, but still quite long, bullet pointed report. So when I first started to observe Fear in the interrogation room, very, well maintained, relaxed. I had not known that she had been brought in before. I thought this was the first interrogation, so I made note of that. She instantly was scanning the room as she walked in. She like made sure to check every corner and I just saw her spatial assessment of where and what was going on. She then made verbal references to the objects in the room, starting her situational awareness. This is all things that I'm trying to note down, that whether or not she is fit to stand trial. There was art that was displayed for a while that Fear was fixated on for a little while. Later on, rejecting it. And when she rejected it, she went so far as to physically step away from the screen that it was on. She definitely did not like the term butcher. Every time that came up, it got her more and more angry. When she was talking to the detectives about scenes, it almost seemed like a disgruntled artist telling off art critics more than someone trying to plead their innocence. There's some key quotes that I had remembered that I wanted to bring up. One of the notable quotes is, murdering people is not my forte, and I believe that is because Fear doesn't see this as a murder. Fear sees this as a transformation into a living art piece. Another one that she brought up, or when her brother was brought up, she said, "I'm more creative than he ever was." Again, trying to argue to those art critics that she is a good artist. There's triggers that were referenced, which caused the same type of psychological response I saw in the text, the noises, and make it stop. The word butcher, I said, definitely provoked emotional destabilization, but also the subject's brother, and the word pregnancy also elicited high emotional responses. From the little time that I had, I noticed a high functioning control over verbal and nonverbal cues. There's definitely narcissistic tendencies. I put possible schizotypal because, again, I don't like to diagnose with such little time.
I'm doing okay.
Right.
I'm just looking forward to bed, considering it's 5:30 in the morning.
Another quote that
And we've got
I'd
at least
like
2
to
more
bring up
witnesses,
is
deliberation and verdict to go.
There's a picture of an animal put on the screen at one point, and with no emotion whatsoever, Fear looked at it and referred to it as a dead animal.
Any hunter would do.
She has a skewed worldview of what she is doing is meaningful art while rejecting the moral responsibility and embracing a creative self-identity.
You, Dr. January. And for my final question, after your evaluation of this interrogation and of Fear, do you believe that she is fit to stand trial?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
Any recross?
All right, last but not least, does the defense have a recross based on that line of redirect questioning?
We're good, Your Honor.
All right. Then Dr. January, you may step down.
Let me put this down. Okay. Don't go
All
flying
right,
again.
State, bring on thy last witness.
We bring up
Fuck,
the
three more
person who
witnesses.
I'm very apologetic for holding hostage here for many, many hours, Dr. Anapita.
God, it's finally her time.
I'm gonna make you do a formal apology if you put Anapita on the stand and then only ask her like 4 or 5 questions.
Okay, don't set me up for failure, please.
Come on up here, Miss Peta.
I'm coming.
I'm actually surprised that we've still got this many people here. Genuinely. We've been going on we've been going on 5.5 hours so far.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to stand or sit. I'm sorry.
The 5 hour mark.
All right. Can you go ahead and raise your left hand for me? Or right hand, whichever you prefer. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, IDK Sean?
Yes.
Why did she sound so upset to be swearing on Sean?
Yeah, okay, hold on a minute. Why do you sound so
Yeah.
sad about that one?
I mean, I knew
You know
this was
what?
going to be long,
I
but
agree
still.
with what Piper said. Valid. Move on.
Alright, your witness defense. Wait, you're not defense,
What?
you're state.
Yeah.
Ah, the turns have tabled. Dr. Peta, can you give your full name and your occupation for the record?
My name is Anna Peta. I am the veterinary director for San Andreas Animal Care and Control.
And could you describe to us how long you have been a veterinarian?
Oh God, quite a few years now.
Okay, Miss Peta, are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus'
Yeah.
dog in which he was found
I know,
mutilated on
yeah.
May 4th, 2025?
I mean, you have to be to take RP seriously, right?
Can you describe to us the extent of the injuries that Brutus received?
That to me kind of makes a difference between a good RP and someone that just comes in to, arena gangbang.
Brutus was brought in with multiple injuries. First was
So
a
far, maybe
severed
it's such a
front left
horrible thing
leg.
that happened to it.
There was also
Just let the dog
2
go.
injuries to
Max
both
is
back
ass.
legs where the tendons were severed.
Because she stabbed the dog that attacked
And then
her,
he also
and she's
had a
killed 200 other
large
animals.
gash in his stomach wall and his stomach lining where his intestines had fallen out.
And what sort of medical interventions needed to be made on behalf of Brutus?
As far as the severed leg, obviously we couldn't do anything about that, so it's just a matter of making sure that there would be no infection that would occur while it was healing. As far as the tendons, they were both repaired. And then
I'm glad there's no AFK timer
the
here as
stomach
well.
was repaired. The stomach wall was repaired. Luckily, there were no other injuries to the intestines. He's also been put on a high dosage of antibiotics and pain medication while he's recovering.
Was there any further treatment that was required after this first medical intervention?
Yes, like I said, he's going to be on a long-term schedule of prescription for antibiotics and pain medications. He's also going to be on a long-term physical therapy plan.
And what sort of assistance, if any, would Brutus require in order to live a semi-normal life?
I mean, he's going to have to learn how to walk again with one less leg now.
These injuries and this experience, could they have an effect on an animal's personality?
100%.
What sort of effect can they have?
It's not really adding anything. but, you
That
know.
could be fear, aggression that could come out of it. We worked really hard to work on his behaviors that he's had in the past, and now there's just might be a reset for that now.
And the other instances revolving this case in which animals were harmed, your professional perspective on these instances as a whole?
It's heartbreaking and also very disgusting that somebody would do something like that to animals that don't have a voice and can't necessarily defend themselves.
Really saying a wolf can't defend itself.
Thank you, Dr. Pita. We appreciate you for holding out for this long trial and speaking for us today. No further questions for this witness.
He did the thing.
Do you have any questions for them, Ophelia? Because I don't.
That's it.
I knew it.
All right. Okay. All right. Listen.
Apologize.
He did the
Apologize.
I
to
did.
And
Animal
there's
right
nothing
now.
there that really adds or changes anything.
I'm very sorry.
To buy her
That's
something
not
nice,
worthy,
Franklin.
but-
It needs more.
I
Mm.
tried to
Throw it
hold
out
the
later.
medical experts for later, but I should have called you up first. My apologies, sincerely.
It happens. dog.
Okay. Defense, do you have a cross examination for Dr. Pita?
No, we did not.
I got some more. Okay.
Yes, I got some.
There you are, Pita. That's what you waited several hours for.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being here.
Real quick.
Wow.
There's nothing there for us to go down and ask. There's not. It doesn't really make any difference.
Mm,
I think we should get a pat on the back for surviving 5 hours.
I believe that's all the state's witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. The state rests, Your Honor.
No, you don't. You don't rest because you're going to be potentially cross-examining, the defense witnesses.
Okay,
but
well,
the
the state would like to rest, but I guess we'll be
you're
cross-examining.
done with your case in chief.
That's right.
Further witnesses to call at this time.
No, Your Honor.
Say it. Say it.
What? I am sleep drunk, Your Honor. What do you want
No
from me?
further witnesses to call.
No further
Say
witnesses
it.
from the state.
There you go. All right. Bird, you got some witnesses for me?
We do. Before we get into
God, if
that,
you bring these witnesses up and you also only ask like 8 questions.
I had a handful of them. Well, I was gonna say if we could motion, because it's been a long trial, and it behooves everybody, and the last 2 witnesses are able to. Could we do a continuance of this until tomorrow? If not, we can breeze through everything right now. It's just
I
a
do
suggestion
not work
for the
on
court.
Saturdays. I do not work on the weekend. I'm up way past my bedtime already.
I would strongly prefer to not do a continuance. Even your
Alright.
witnesses are saying no.
All right, let's get through this here. We do have some questions. We'll start calling them up.
Call your first witness there, bud.
All right. Just a moment. First witness is going to be Alex Rigby.
Huh?
I need 5 minutes.
Okay, Van Doris wants 5 minutes. DuPont wants 5 minutes.
We agree with the tight 5.
Fuck it. We'll do it.
Tight
We'll do
five,
it.
tight five.
a tight 5.
We'll do a tight 5. Everybody be back here at 55.
Just gonna go grab some food.
I'm not gonna throw up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go grab some food quick. I'll be right back. Oh, God. I promise.
I've never been up here before.
You'll be fine. Is that the Frankie clone?
Sorry if y'all have been asked already. I'm doing a food run. Does anyone need anything?
Just got from Saigon.
Yeah, everybody stretch. Get out, stretch. Because I've now been roughly sitting in this chair for coming up to 11 hours now. I need to stretch.
No, he just needed to run for a second.
Oh my god.
Y'all either need food. I had some extra on me. Use welcome. Alright. How much you want? There you go. Use welcome. Oh, you don't enhance it. It's all good. Alright, 16108.
Jesus. They've even had events and karaoke nights and shit while we've been sitting here.
Hey, client, she getting up to 8?
Yeah.
Oh,
You need any food with it?
I don't think I can hear a client.
No, neither can I. Those days.
Is he okay?
And I hear it.
He's just getting a rest.
Miss Fia, if you need some food, just point towards the sky and I'll give you some more.
Thank you, but I am quite fine.
Oh, I can hear you now. Okay, yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, what's your name, boss?
My name Ranger Liam Pushaw. What's up?
Hey, that is a sick ass name, man. Thank you for the food. Greatly
Yeah,
appreciate
you're
it.
welcome. Hey,
That's a sick mustache. It's a mean one. How long did that take you?
thank you. Well, I've been growing it since I was born, I think. But
Since
a
birth?
few
Oh,
months
shit.
ago, well, yeah, because I don't think it was there when I was born. But I don't know. I got exploded by a gas pump one time, and I had to shave it all off, like so it'll grow back right. And I think that took me like 3 or 4 months, I think.
See, I can never grow anything beyond like this perfectly styled stubble.
It do
It's a
look
bummer.
real fancy. Like I thought it might have been like like you might have taken a marker to your face or something out on account of how perfect it is. Are you saying
No.
that real facial hair?
Yeah, that just naturally grows that way. You brush it up against mine, and I can feel that thing. It was thick as hell.
Huh. Why is it a different color from your hair though?
Is it?
Yeah, black to me and your hair white.
Oh, yeah, it's like the weird genetic family disorder. My hair naturally grows in white.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Suppose like
Yeah,
you ever
the
see
The
people that
MCs
have
can
blonde
whine
tips
about
on
being
their
called
roots, it just,
gangs,
like,
but
for
by
some
the legal
reason,
definition of the state,
and
they
then
are
it just
gangs.
changes. Yeah, it's like that.
They can whine about it all they like.
Oh.
What do you do? Do you work for like the state, or do you run like your own food truck?
Oh no, I was a state ranger.
Look, I get it,
I didn't
right?
know that.
I'm
Yeah.
someone that kind of
Bands
likes
on my-
MCs
on my
myself,
chest here, it kinda,
but the state defines
kinda
MCs as
covered up my
gangs.
fabric a little bit by my vest, but it there.
I'm blind. I can't see.
What?
And that was
Yeah.
doubled down on with a gang-related shooting.
Okay. Well, I was a ranger for
Code.
the San Andreas State Parks.
Well, thank you for your service. The
Oh, yeah,
the
you as
animals
well.
need saving. There's a maniac out there.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully you'll catch them.
All right. Well, yeah, we try to avoid anything happen to any of the animals, aside from what legal and what needed to make the population not grow out of control. Like,
What? So you're saying essentially it's possibly a good thing that this killer's going around out there killing these population control, right?
well,
You
if
want
it-
that in
if
my
it
closing?
hunting, like with a valid license. What?
I'm just playing, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is actually some of the
It's
fun
been
of
a
being
long
the
one.
trials are fun as a lawyer, but also it's the you just kind of get this free pass to sort of fuck
No, it
with
wasn't a
people
real
with
question.
legal
I was just
definitions
saying.
like this.
I
You
was
just
just
kind of get to fuck around with people. That's always
Yeah,
very
y'all
funny.
has been here for quite a while. Going on 5 hour, right? 6 hour, something like that. Like 5 hour.
10, 11, 12,
The hell?
5, going on 5.
Yeah, yeah. Man, y'all's doing a good job.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh dear God. Is our Type 5 done? I hear footsteps.
Yeah,
I believe
like
so.
All right. Well, I hope y'all has a good rest of your day and good luck.
Hey, you too, Ranger. Appreciate you, man.
Yep, you's welcome. Bye bye.
All right, we'll begin as soon as Van Dorst gets over her panic attack from microdosing on some experimental Dutch THC.
mistrial?
Those crazy Dutch.
Can't trust them.
She's back.
Hi, right now. Let's move on.
Good. How's the Dutch delight trip?
I am not high. I wish I was. God.
Are you William Cole?
That's what a high person would say. Okay, defense. Oh wait, she hasn't even been sworn in. Sharp.
I am unfortunately completely sober.
All right, go ahead.
Fortunately.
Sadly, I'm sober and I've been through 4 ciders.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to provide today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Fair,
truth?
I've got
under
very
the
little to
terms
ask
and conditions so help you.
Alex, and I'm going to not. I'm intentionally not going to ask anything of
I do,
Ash
yeah.
because I was her legal rep in
Defense, your witness has been
the interrogations, and as the interrogations are not in as evidence,
you.
I'm not going to break attorney-client confidentiality.
Ms. Rigby, thank you for your patience with this trial today. Just have a couple of questions for you. One, have you ever met the defendant via photo frame? Sorry, that's my AI shit.
I know, right? Unfortunately, it's all I
Her
had on
name
me.
is hard to read in Braille.
Can I talk now?
Absolutely.
Sorry. I have not. No.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
The two over there. I have Wait, what was the question again? Today?
No, have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Which one? Or which ones?
Wesley and Ashley when they interrogated me.
You said the name Will. Are you referring to Pines?
Yes, it's something I haven't broken yet. It's yeah.
Can you explain your relationship with Will / Pines?
I met him while I was trying to find a quiet place to grieve a friend of mine I lost. And I saw he was in hiking gear and he was hiking near Mount Gordo, and I thought ever since I lost my friend I would like to reconnect with nature and stuff like that. I'd like to go hiking and stuff. So I gave him my contact details and we spoke for a little bit before I left, and he gave me his number as Will, and that's all he really gave me. It's still in my phone. The first ever message he sent me was Will hiking buddy. And it turns out that wasn't true, so.
How long did your relationship with Will carry on before you realized he was misrepresenting himself?
About a week, 6-7 days.
You described the moment that you discovered that he was an undercover officer.
I was in interrogation, and I didn't realize it was him at first for like the first 20 minutes, I think. It was probably a lot longer, I don't fully remember, but they gave me my phone back and they asked me to read out Will's phone number. And as I was reading it, I looked at the profile picture you usually have in your contacts, and it was a man in a green shirt that looked like a green uniform, kind of like what he's wearing now, but it had like stripes on the side, I think. And that's kind of like when I realized that Will was the person interrogating me across the table was Wesley, so.
Detective Pines, master of disguise. Let it be noted. Did Detective Will Pines advise you what you were being questioned for that day?
I was arrested on a warrant I knew I didn't have 40 minutes before. I was actually I was setting up an RV van near Stab City, up near the trails, and I was on my own. So I was trying to call a taxi and run back to Stab City when Will pulled up next to me in the beanie, scruffy beard, the hiking pack on his back. And he still said, "Oh, it's me, Will," when we were driving because he recognized my voice. And we got pulled over one time and he was given a field sobriety test. And then we got pulled over 30 seconds later. And I offered to drive, and I showed I don't remember who it was. I showed someone my license, and they walked away to go run it. And they came back and they said I had a warrant, which I knew I didn't because I'm paranoid like that. And so they handcuffed me. They drove me to Sandy police station, and yeah. They left me in a cell for half an hour while I was freaking out, not knowing what was happening.
Did they eventually explain what you were being brought in to be questioned on?
A lawyer explained that to me. They said not being charged, but arrested or detained for 3 times homicide or 4 times homicide, and that's when I really started to freak out.
Understandable.
'Cause I was just setting up my RV so me and my partner could go there to, the next day.
Now, did the police ever eventually elaborate as to why they were questioning you on these very severe crimes?
They said I was in the area where they were supposed to find this person. And since it was in the dark and I was running away, I guess they kind of thought I looked a bit suspicious. I mean, I don't know their full mindset of why they picked me up, but
Did you ever witness anything in relation to the attacks that we're all here for today?
I had no idea there was even a like anything happening until they put me into the interrogation saying 4 times homicide, blah blah blah, and I was like, what do you mean that's happening? Because I didn't see that stuff on Twinstar. I don't check it that much.
In your hikes with Will or on your own, did you
on my
see?
own.
Did you see anything in regards to like any animal mutilations? Did you come upon any scenes like that?
Yes. I reported them.
Good. All right,
I
that
actually
was my
still
next
have the-
question. Now, have you ever been contacted by anyone who may be related to these attacks that have been outlined here today?
I think so, yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Continue.
I was just gonna say I put like the dates and stuff on my phone. I've got photos of when it happened and the text messages and when the calls happened and stuff. And I reported those as well. But I never got reached out to again. I had to reach out to them to talk about it so they're not reading it from words on a tablet.
Did this individual or individuals ever identify themselves by name or a moniker to you?
No, but they knew my name. They had something distorting their voice, but it sounded a lot like a man. It sounded a lot like a man that had something distorting their voice, and he just kept saying, Sam, he kept saying Samio or something like that.
Samio.
And he said, you fit the perfect description because I have a scar on the right side of my face. I have dark hair and green eyes. That's basically what they said, and that I was going to be the scapegoat. Oh, that really freaked me out. And they said that
Absolutely.
no one was going to believe me.
When was the last time that you received any contact from this individual or individuals?
It was just the one time. It was just like within an hour, and they never contacted me again.
Did you ever report that to the police?
Yes, I thought it was someone just fucking with me because they might have found out I was interrogated and just wanted to scare me. And I was at the animal sanctuary. I don't know what it's called, but I was showing someone around there, and I got into my car and I was going to go to a police station, and I drove about 200 meters, and then there were some troopers there already talking to someone, getting some stuff sorted for their dogs, I think. So I just pulled over and told them, and they did a report and everything.
I'm a dumb
And
American.
while
How
the
much
report-
is 200 meters? Roughly?
Like, gosh.
You tell
Like-
us that in Pantos.
No,
we measure it. What? I don't understand them. It's not
Um,
important.
say maybe from Okay, maybe not 200 meters. I'm thinking about maybe like maybe 80 meters.
Like a mile?
It doesn't matter.
What?
Were you ever questioned by police following that initial interrogation?
Was I what? Sorry.
So, were you ever interrogated or questioned by the police about this case again, following the initial investigation?
I was contacted by Wesley. That they wanted to talk, but I refused to go to a station after what happened last time. I wanted them to talk to me on my terms in a place that I felt safe. In a possible room where they could just keep me there.
Thank you, Alex. Let me
And they, yeah, spoke off the record and stuff.
All right, thank you. Let me just confer with my co-counsel real quick.
Is about her brother called Steph.
Do that to her.
Yeah.
Plus,
Beyond that,
it's kind of
yeah.
counterproductive. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So beyond that, I've got nothing.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for your cooperation. It's all the questions we have for you at the moment. Okay. You're gonna get
right.
cross-examined by the state now.
You gonna cross for this witness, Franklin?
Nah.
Oh, thank
All right.
God.
Well, then you're good to step down.
Oh my god, this is like.
All right, defense, give us your well, I guess not your last witness, your potential last witness. I don't know if you want to put your client on the stand, but you do got another witness to call.
Yes. We'd like to call Kira Ashnuta to the stand. Do you want to do the questions
On a pair.
Ophelia, or do you want me to do them?
You do them just in case, because I was a representative in the interrogation, so I just don't want there to be like anyone trying to bring up, oh, this is, breach of whatever.
All right. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will provide before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Occam Sable?
We are so close to the end now. We are so close to the end now. I can feel it. And it is literally daylight outside apart from the massive storm clouds.
Thank
Does not
you,
hear have
Judge.
any idea what she's saying?
Good job, lady.
Your Honor, if she is signing, would you mind translating for us?
Oh, I apologize. I forgot. She requires translation services.
That would have been wonderful to know like 3 days ago.
Sure.
Does anyone know sign language?
I can help, Joy.
All right.
Izzy, I do know sign language, but that's useless right now.
Yeah, you're kind of blind, unfortunately.
Kinda.
God.
Well, you're the same guy who said 100 meters was a mile.
Yeah, of course.
I guess it really is for blind people, huh? I don't know how far it is.
Meters?
All right.
What?
You want to swear in the interpreter?
Okay, I didn't know if we
How
needed
to
to
swear in an
Yep.
interpreter?
I'm lost, man.
Good.
All right.
That later.
Do you swear and affirm that the hand motions you will provide before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you mercy me?
Yes.
She's not doing hand motions.
I'm not gonna be doing
Oh.
the sign language. I'm
Yeah.
translating
That
the
you're
sign
tra-
language.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
I,
Okay,
I
let me
still-
show you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you how to swear in an interpreter.
Third swearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Miss Pendragon, do you solemnly swear and affirm that you will faithfully translate the American Sign Language into English and English into American Sign Language to the best of your ability?
Do yes.
All right. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think you really need...
I don't
I mean,
need to
she's
go back. She's
yeah,
not
she's not deaf. You don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, that's just how they always swear in interpreters. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Statement.
All right. All right, Ash. With a good majority of this case being discussed here today being about art, aren't you yourself a connoisseur of the arts?
She's saying, generally speaking, yes.
Do you fancy yourself an artist?
Not traditionally. As a doctor, I took pride in prosthetics work.
Oh, you were a doctor. Did you hold any other professions beside from doctor?
I spent multiple years as a prosthetist and then moved on to detective work.
Serial killers?
You might have to repeat that one, James.
She
Sorry.
nodded rather than.
Have you ever seen a situation to the degree of this one in your time as a detective?
This intense close, but not to the same frequency.
This is going to be good, actually.
Have you ever met the defendant, Fear, that's on trial here today?
Not once outside of now in the courtroom.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with the case here today?
Most of the officers involved with the case against the Hills Butcher.
Could you name what officers you met with?
Smith, Meyer, Lockhart, Wilson, Malarkey, and Stone.
Were you ever questioned in anything related to this case?
Yes, but she wasn't aware of the circumstances at the time. She is now aware that there were multiple interrogations were in relation to the attacks.
How many interrogations did you take part in relation to the attacks? You personally?
Around 5 or 6 hours total, with the longest session being about 2.5 hours. No, 5 or 6 times, with one of the sessions being about 2.5 hours.
Did they ever elaborate why you were being questioned in regards to these attacks?
It was limited to being told it was an active investigation.
To your knowledge, did you ever witness anything in relation to the attacks that we're here today for?
No.
Were you ever present on scene or anywhere near any of the attacks that took place in relation to this case that we're here for today?
No.
Were you ever contacted by anyone who may be related to these attacks outlined today?
Contacted by someone who went by the name of Sam via text message.
When was the last time that you can recollect that you had received any contact from this individual or individuals?
May 2nd.
And one final question for you, Ash. How is it that you came to the state of having your mouth sewn shut?
Her brother stitched her mouth shut when she was young.
And the scar on your hand? How did you come to have that scar?
She's asking which one.
I believe it's documented on your right hand. I could be wrong about that. It could be the left. Again, blind.
I woke up next to my dead brother with it carved into my hand.
That's a horrific thing to wake up to. Has this been a difficult trauma that you've had to deal with in your life? Have you been able to go on okay? Having witnessed
What were you
such
going with
gruesome
these
things?
questions, James? But hey.
It is, in fact, scarring, to say the least.
Hey, you got jokes?
I won't delve into that any further on you, Ash. That's not the point of this. But quick final question for you. What shoe size do you wear?
A size 11
it's on the other
in
right now.
U.S. women's sizes.
Let me just confer with my co-counsel before I finish up with you here, Ash. I appreciate your time. Anything else about that thing documented in there that we should bring up? Just to sow doubt. I don't want to go too hard on it. I just want to sow doubt.
No. Particularly. You could possibly put a little bit more that they were somewhat accusing her of committing murders, but that's about it.
All right, that's all the questions we have for you at this time, Ash. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm gonna.
All right, State, do you have a cross?
One moment, Your Honor.
Nothing on her before the 18th of April, and that's when we started getting reports nearly daily of her existing. I don't know for sure when she came to town, but everything seemed to indicate middle of April.
I mean, to what relevance?
These attacks started early March. Not in town, she can't be doing the attacks.
Hello, Miss Ash. Just a quick question. Good morning. Oh God, yeah. Good morning.
It is 1 a.m.
God.
Just a quick question for you, Miss Ash. Do you recall the date that you arrived in our city?
Objection, relevance.
Do I even need a rebut to that, Your Honor?
She is answering.
Save the answer. Save it.
Save it, but she is answering it.
Yeah, give me a rebuttal on this one.
Which one, the relevance or the scope?
Give me the one on relevance first.
The relevance of this is, despite the fact that it's confusing whether or not they are trying to establish this is another witness who they are both angry the cops didn't question more and also pissed off that they questioned these witnesses, and whether or not they're trying to throw their witness under the bus as possibly being the murderer. These murders took place in March. Established the date in which she arrived in the city to set foundation on whether or not she could have even been the individual who did it.
Okay, fair enough.
And I have one for scope, locked and loaded.
All right, hit me with the double barrel.
The witness's entire career, or a significant portion in the timeline of that, has been brought into question. Life is clearly within scope. You know that the relevance of whether or not she could be suspected in this murder is also being questioned here, which would put it into scope. A few things to list them all. Got my best effort there.
The panel has decided that while this question is within relevance, it is not within scope, and therefore the objection on scope will be sustained.
All right, let's pry this bitch open. Scope Bing. You spoke to being a investigator, is that correct?
That is correct.
Investigator prior to arriving in the city?
Uh, 3 years as a homicide detective in Baltimore.
Do you continue with your investigating upon arriving in our city?
Wanted to, but circumstances have prevented her from being able to do that.
I see. And when did you arrive to our city?
Late December, early January.
Oh, man.
I'll take contempt for this one. Boo you, Franklin, for the Lewis Bloom argument.
What's that Bloom argument?
How do I get through this without being weird? Moment to confer.
Duh.
Ask her when she got her driver's license for the first time, and if it wasn't until April, why did she wait that long?
Hey, Miss Ash, when did you first get your driver's license?
Action relevance.
Relevance being to the timeline we are trying to establish and set foundation with.
A driving license have to do with any of what's been testified today?
Same rebuttal.
Okay, so here's the thing. she already testified as to when she came to the fair shores of our beautiful city. I've failed to see when her getting a driver's license is relevant, independent of her arrival, which she already stated.
Your Honor, we, the state, and please excuse me and don't gasp or guffaw, don't believe her and are trying to further question to establish whether this is the truth or not.
Okay.
I'm waiting for him to try and call this out because we're just going to go facts,
Okay.
not in evidence.
Look, in the interest of time, the court is going to take judicial notice of the fact that Miss Nota had her MDW information first entered on April 18th. Because that is something that is logged in the MDW.
Fantastic.
Then we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Can we object to that as facts, not in evidence?
You're objecting to the judge who's making judicial notice of something that's on the MDW profile.
I guess then a
Want to think that
response.
through again, Counselor?
We all good, Your Honors. No further questions for this witness.
Okay, defense. Do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
No, we do not, Your
No no redirect. All right, then Miss Nota, you may step down. All right, closing arguments. Are you all ready? Or do you need some time to prepare?
I am
I'm
mostly
so ready, Your Honor. I'm
ready.
so
Yeah,
ready.
we're ready.
Get this shit over
All right,
with.
State, you're
Get us
up
the fuck out of
first.
here.
All right, guys, don't worry. I'm only going to eclipse my 40-minute statement by like 20 or 30 minutes. It's fine. Sure, we'll get out of here by like 3 a.m.
And the stopwatch.
I'm
Put
leaving
a
in
time
half
limit.
an hour.
I'm putting on the 10-hour version of the Wii music theme song the whole time you talk.
Oh, that's brilliant.
No, that's a great idea.
Can I motion to imp for the closings?
Wait, which one?
Okay, I'm joking, guys. Relax. This will probably
Try to
only
be
take
like
like
last time.
10 minutes or something. I don't know. I speak slow. Wise words of Percy Weaver. God, never mind. Anyways. Oh, yeah, brevity. We once again thank the judiciary and all of those in attendance who were here to listen to the last echoes of the voices of the victims who died and suffered at the hands of defendant Veer. The core argument, which has been made by the defendant and their counsel, is that they are not the individual who is responsible for these horrific acts. Veer claiming it was her brother who is attempting to frame her, as he did so many years ago when he killed the defendant's beloved kitten. And yet, the defendant and their counsel have offered nothing which is substantial enough to corroborate this claim. There is no physical evidence that Veer's brother was on any of the litany of scenes which are littered with the defendant's DNA and other physical evidence which would indicate her involvement. There are no witnesses who can attest to having seen anyone matching the description of Fear's brother, despite her own statements within interrogation that he has spoken with multiple individuals. There's not even evidence which can be presented that Fear's brother, Orion Phosphophyllite, is a citizen in this city. The only evidence which the defense counsel has put forward are twinstas from an obvious copycat who is attempting to claim responsibilities for these murders and mutilations. Not only does this person not fit the description of Fear's brother, which she so kindly provided within her first interrogation, which she claimed
It's
had
funny
he had
watching Franklin
no
because
obvious scars to
he's
identify him
so
by,
defense
unlike this
attorney
Twinsta
coded that he
user.
keeps acting like a defense
Nothing
attorney
which
as a
has been
prosecutor.
provided or put forward by this individual preceded the posting of this docket, which made these crimes and the details surrounding them public for anyone to observe and use. So let us focus on the evidence which we, the state, have provided in spades, indicating Fear soul's responsibility in these sins. I'm so tired. Please forgive me.
Good dog.
On the 19th of April, 2025, Jilly Markovic's possessions were found outside the Infinity apartment, which Fear claimed within interrogation that she lived, in a trash can, which was decorated with the blood of defendant Fear. Fear claims that her brother is attempting to frame her. However, within her own statement in interrogation, Fear openly admits that the first time she had run into her brother was April 20th, 2025, when he kidnapped her outside of the apartments on the same phone call she was on with Elias Winchester. This comes an entire day after Jilly's possessions were found with Fear's DNA. So we ask, how is it that Fear's blood was used by her brother to frame her if she had no interactions with him until a day later? But moving on, within report number 52221, in which Micah Rain was attacked and left for dead at the Sisyphus Theater, 3 different witnesses, Decker Gahn, Ren Ripley, and Micah Rain, the victim, identified Fear that night at the Vanilla Unicorn, all of which stated she had orange hair. Her presence at the Vanilla Unicorn is further corroborated by a digital transaction from her phone in which she paid her way into the club. Upon being found, Micah Rain had strands of synthetic orange hair on her body. These hairs were identical to the strands which were found on the body of Amber Harper, as well as Sadi Kai, who was abducted and tortured. The wig, which Fear used that night at the Vanilla Unicorn, was found near Chumash Pier by Officer Wesley Pines after receiving a tip. This wig was covered in victim Micah Rain's blood. Alongside this wig, a pair of gloves, which not only had Micah's DNA on them, but Sadi Kai's. These gloves were found containing black nail polish, which can be observed as being used by Fear on her Twinsta account. As Micah Rain
This is
lay
such
dying on the stage
circumstantial
at the
evidence,
Sisyphus
Franklin.
Theater, staring up at the stars, Fear called Officer Wesley Pines, using a voice modifier and identifying herself as Sam, as so many of the witnesses here, within depositions and within the reports, has stated were similar to other instances. Same alias which she claimed her brother was using within the first interrogation. Wesley and Fear placed their phones on speaker. These were the voices that Micah Rain heard in the background as she laid in agony. Fear's and Wesley's. Within Micah's sworn testimony in her deposition, she states she remembers clearly arriving at Sisyphus Theater with Fear, even making note of the bathrooms and their convenient signage. She recalls Fear being there with her and becoming enraged at something, demanding Micah to stop. And even though Micah's accounts become blurred from this point, the person who is guaranteed to have been there and committed these acts is Fear herself.
That's been our game plan from since
We feel
the beginning.
that this incident
Is we just try to
deeply
cast
connects
enough
Fear
doubt
not
to
only
go.
to Amber Harper's murder,
It's all
where
circumstantial.
these synthetic strands of hair were also found, but to Sadi Kai's incident.
Now,
as
if
well
we
as
get
the
her off all of
conversations
this,
between
I'm not
Officer
quite
Wesley
sure how I'm going to
Hines
handle that.
and
But
the
you
individual
know,
who identified themselves as Sam in the one text message Wesley shared between multiple burner phones. Within these text messages, the Sam character provided information about murder scenes and the killing of animals around the state, which were not open to the public. Moving on, defendant Fear can be observed in at least 2 different Twinsta posts over a month-long period wearing heeled boots. These images can be
God,
found
horror.
within evidence.
we all wear heel boots.
These heeled boots can be observed as well within the first interrogation tape of Fear, as well as when she was recovered from her brother's alleged kidnapping, which she staged. These are the same heeled boots, which Sadi Kai identified her captor wearing during imprisonment. These heeled boots coincide with footprints which were found on the scenes of Jilly Markovic, Kai Otani, Amber Harper, Robert Scott, Paul Jones, and Lucy Calloway, which showed 2 distinct impressions, as well as originating from size 11 shoes, which have been recorded within evidence as being the size of Fear's heeled boots at the time she was recovered from, again, her staged kidnapping. Now, within report number 52332, you will observe a text message exchange between Fear's state-provided phone number and a burner phone, which assumes the identity of Sam, showing
This is the one
similar
thing that might
cadences
sink
in
us.
language. Fear
This is the
responded
one
to
thing
this
that might
text
sink us
message
is the
from
it's the
Sam
text message.
with pleas for him to stop. And only moments later, from her own phone, does Fear reply in the exact same
This is the one thing that might sink
as if
us.
responding to herself. We'll stop soon. Almost over. You. Art will be gone. Soon, soon. End quote. It is as if Fear mixed up her phones and accidentally replied, dropping the character of Sam entirely, only for hours later, this Sam character to reply, the role switching once again back to him. We ask the courts, why would an individual who Fear is alleging is attempting to frame her, not only dead name his own alias to police in Micah Rain's case, admit to Sadi Kai an intent to frame Fear, but provide Fear with the evidence she needed to prove that it was not her through this text message exchange? It seems as if Fear is struggling to uphold her own narrative, her make-believe story. Then we move on to the night that Fear claims her brother kidnapped her. Hours before this alleged kidnapping took place, an original photo selfie of Fear, which despite not being in any of the phone subpoenas as having been sent to another party and not being shared on Twinsta, was posted from Amber Harper's own Twinsta account. This is hours before a phone call with Elias Winchester in which he informs Fear of this occurrence. How would her brother have gotten this photo, which is clearly of Fear inside one of our city's very well-known clothing stores? And upon being questioned about it, and the Twinsta post made by Fear from her own account, which coincided with Amber's tweet of Fear's selfie, Fear is conveniently kidnapped on this phone call by her brother. Her brother, who before this point Fear claimed she had no interaction with, somehow knowing where to find her? Are we to believe this elaborate and convenient miracle rather than the very likelihood that Fear, becoming overly confident in her work,
Likelihood
became
is not enough
sloppy
for
and accidentally posted the
beyond a
selfie of
reasonable
her own
doubt.
accord? Dumping this phone and other evidence in different scenes, along with evidence that would suggest it was her gun, her ID, to try to throw us off the trail. We, the state, do not buy this alibi whatsoever or the incredibly convenient timing and nature of it. We prefer to live by Occam's razor. Or are we willing to take it upon the sole word of Fear and Fear herself that the story which was concocted out of thin air is cemented in any proof and that this proof just so happens to exist
It's not on
or
the
have been
defense to provide
provided to
proof.
these courts.
That's the point, Franklin.
Additionally, within the interrogation of Fear, there are a few key notes which we wish to point out. 1. Fear describes herself as having an affinity with art. The affinity has been brought up in multiple incidents, including with Micah Rain, who states she discussed with Fear her interests. Fear also states within this interrogation her experience with hunting and using traps through her time spent with her father and her familiarity with butchering and dressing the bodies of the animals. This can also be seen in her statement, which mentions her activities here in Los Santos within the state parks region, being an avid hunter. The same regions in which the horrific scenes of many animals' mutilations were found. Though the glaring statement by Fear in this interrogation that we wish to highlight is Fear's own experience working within a morgue. Fear speaks to her ability at preparing bodies, which include the stitching of their faces, 4 of the victims of which, Stacy Recht, Jilly Markovic, Kai Otani, and Amber Harper had their faces stitched in different expressions by Fear. It is at this point we would like to highlight the shared themes among the murder victims, as well as some of the survivors which we feel connect these crimes to one another, so that we may emphasize the overwhelming evidence which suggests that these crimes were committed by the same individual, Fear Phosphophyllite. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, Paul, and Lucy, had their phones used to text 911 cryptic messages as well as GPS locations of their bodies. 4 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, and Amber, as well as Sadi Kai, a living victim, had their faces stitched in different expressions. 6 of the victims, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, and Lucy, had previous victims' phones on their bodies. 5 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Robert, Lucy, and Paul, had their hearts removed from their bodies. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Paul, and Lucy, had animal parts used in the decoration and staging of their bodies. These animal parts coincide with many of the scenes of mutilation of animals throughout our state parks that were documented by Wesley Pines. 4 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Paul, and Lucy, died from exsanguination, blood loss. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, and Robert, had their personal phones used to twinsta out their deaths. Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, Paul, and Lucy had footprints on scene which were identical to the footwear and size of defendant Fear. All of the murder victims had their blood and organs dumped into a pool, which all of their bodies were found beside. 4 of the scenes, Kai, Amber, Paul, and Lucy, had evidence of a wet box which was used to store animal parts and victim organs, similar to the box which was found on the scene where Fear was recovered, that had been cleaned with bleach. The victims, all but Robert Scott, had no signs that they had struggled. All of the victims were found in or near Vinewood Hills. I would also like to call into the fact that there have been no further victims of this murder since the incarceration of Fear. Additionally, despite the fact that Fear is trying to use a defense that it was her brother who committed these crimes, she has refused to step onto the stand and corroborate through her own sworn testimony this claim. Scared to be caught in a lie? We, the state, believe so. Your Honor, we believe that the state has provided overwhelming evidence to not only suggest that the 7 murders were perpetrated by the same person, but that there is overwhelming evidence that defendant Fear was the individual who committed these atrocities against our beloved neighbors. That this concocted story of her brother holds no weight, has no evidence besides her word, and is simply a desperate last attempt by the defendant to avoid the responsibility of her actions. And we, the state, are asking, on behalf of all of our citizens, to hold her to the highest accountability and remove her from our community forever. Thank you once again for your time and due consideration in this matter. May God bless America and this fine state of San Andreas. Praise be to Habitrash, and may the victims forever rest in peace. Amen.
Bravissimo.
All right, bud. Close us out.
As much as I appreciate Franklin LARPing for the state today, I'm sure he will know, being a defense attorney, it is not incriminating. You never put your defendant on the stand. Now, Fear's relation to any of these gruesome murders, attacks, dismembered animals, it's only due to the fact that she has been a target of them herself. Fear has not been proven to plan out or enact any of these attacks. No struggle or use of paralyzing drugs. The fact that this quiet, calm individual is capable of carrying these attacks out on their own is near laughable. No weapons tied to any of these murders come back to Fear. None of the communication devices used by Sam, the Hills Butcher, or his accomplices were tied to Fear. Fear cannot clearly and directly be placed at any of these attacks except for the one she reported to the police that she was forced to watch and take part in for fear of losing her own life in that very moment. Ask yourselves, what would you do? What are you all capable of if you are backed into a corner, defenseless, looking into the eyes of a monster that you have seen commit the most heinous acts throughout the entirety of your own life? A being that you know, when they tell you you will die, you will most definitely die. Would you let your own life end for a stranger? Or would you do what you knew you had to do to see another day to try and fight back and put a stop to further suffering? Fate has presented a photo book of mutilated animals to unsettle you, to drill into you over and over, bad people hurt animals. If I myself could physically see these photos, I'm certain my disdain and outrage would be heightened by the state's theatrics on this case as well. I wish I were on the sidelines of this case, spectating to hear justice be served as a person who I myself prefers the unwavering loyalty and companionship of a beloved pet over literally any human ever. Now, despite that, I am happy to be here fighting for the liberation of a misunderstood citizen who has been turned into the scapegoat for a number of crimes, possibly committed by a number of individuals, condensed into a singular boogeyman that has been crafted and branded by the law enforcement of San Andreas and the state here today. As you walk back into that room and walk through this hell, well, no longer alone, but with your thoughts with the panel, I want you to keep in mind, Fear was never apprehended at any scene for any victim in this case, except for when she herself was found in a pile of her own blood. Fear was profiled by a biased report from a doctor that was acting as the forensic psychologist on this case, who was told by police they wanted her assessed for being a serial killer. And later they wrote a profile based off that meeting with Fear and reports that were heavily biased and directed towards Fear. Despite there being, at that time, and still, no physical evidence or eyewitnesses placing her at the scenes of these murders. So what did we learn about this case? There are endless hunting violations for the treatment of animals and the way that they were mutilated. I myself, during a brief run as city reporter, reported on a handful of mutilation scenes in connection to a shipping container that goes back as far as the end of December, beginning of January. Nothing ever came of that. No investigations done on it. It ended up being shut down. Vets had no comment, nothing. But now, as Detective Pines has also illustrated, he was following these animal mutilations as far back as, early February? They strung these together to help them create their boogeyman by playing on the heartstrings of individuals to garner more public sympathy, to help secure a quick conviction with incomplete evidence, despite there being a dump truck amount of photos. When it comes to Micah Rain, she could not clearly recollect much of what she endured aside from confirming hearing multiple voices from the assailants that attacked her. She was under a number of drugs and a very extreme anesthesia as they questioned her immediately upon waking from the ICU. Officer Smith will have us believe that she can identify all the voices that Micah Rim was referring to as her and Detective Pines because they were on the phone at that time. This is merely aggressive speculation on her part. And the claim that Fear could not have been mirroring her brother in an attempt to talk him down via the aforementioned referenced text messages between the two was also denied to be at all a possibility by Ashley Smith. However, this was recanted and cited to be a very common and plausible option by the forensic psychologist and actual expert, Dr. January.
Gonna be, no matter how this
To be in direct
ends, this is
possession
gonna be
of any
very
weapon or
interesting.
tool utilized by the killers. Fear was not found in direct possession of any of the phones utilized by Sam, Orion, the Butcher, killers, whoever. Anytime Fear's NBW or phone was in direct contact or relation to any of these crimes was during the time period that she herself was kidnapped and not in control of her devices. January's assessment of Fear, albeit we believe in an inherently biased one, he references Fear's mention of a beloved pet cat and dog. Fear was a practice hunter who reported one of the many mutilation scenes to police as it had disturbed her. She has no prior history of handling animals in any disrespectful manner. She is a valid licensed hunter. Dr. January states in their profile of the killer that they would seemingly choose isolated areas in nature to commit their acts, as this seems to be something that would apply to Fear, who prefers nature and hunting. Yet all the victims were found in the hills, close to the city, where they could have easily been found out at any time with minimal to no isolation. And despite his testimony stating that it is in fact normal procedure for forensic psychologists to be brought in to observe during the interrogations, as it is not exactly accurate, as it can greatly taint the process. And what a forensic psychologist needs to be brought in for is to determine, by his own words, that they're fit to stand trial, and to see if a mental, once it has been established that a mental evaluation is needed. To the state alluding Fear set up their own scene and decimated themselves and injected themselves with the bromide in question, that conclusion in no way can be drawn on a weak documentation, due to the weak documentation of the substances found in their body and the biased nature described in their injuries, which were clearly assisted and being dictated by the investigative officers on scene who came onto it, rolled their eyes, and went, Fear did this to themselves. There's evidence of this in the report of initially being drawn to the construction site at Picture Perfect Drive, where traces of blood were found. They speculated it was Fear's and decided it was no big deal to go ahead and continue to investigate further. They didn't care. Now, we've illustrated the state had at least two other suspects, which we questioned here today, that fit the profile that they had built. They were referenced directly by the killer, contacted by the killer, just the same as Fear. Because they were growing tired, one of which of these...
I think this is going to be very...
7 times.
I think this is going to be a lot closer than people thought it was coming into it, definitely.
But the state
I think a lot of people came into this thinking this was a slam dunk, she did it.
Want to ask yourself why?
Guilty. I think this is going to
Because
be a
they were
lot
growing
closer.
tired and desperate. They wanted a conclusion to this case. That escalated to needing a conclusion to this case once they botched a state announcement where they were seeking any tips or information to help them identify the killer. And in approximately 24 hours, they pursued to arrest Fear on the call and tip of a known criminal organization overseeing Fear with their dog. They then brutally attacked Fear in prison with attacks and carving butterfly moths into her body. There are a number of individuals involved with these attacks. There are a number of these reports of mutilations and attacks that don't fit the MO of the Hills Butcher profile. Evidence was selected specifically ignoring anything that did not directly correlate to Fear. They're ignoring the blood of an MC member on a death scene that has a criminal record that with 5 attempted murders against a government employee. They're ignoring a possible relationship of Jilly Markovic to the Reaper's MC due to a wallet found on her person. They ignore ultimately any possibilities that had any relevant evidence and just zoned in on fear for reasons they did not really effectively articulate. Attempting to charge this person with over 200 animal mutilations, of which he is only connected to 1 by means of calling into 911 to report it. Was only ever found to be affiliated with any Hills Butcher scenes by one being her own attack, which officers just said, meh, she did it to herself just because. And the other scene, while she was being held against her will by one of the butchers and forced to participate in her brother's quest to incriminate her in these killings, while Fear pled with him to stop.
Good. You've not got quite the
Could not
same
be
level of
put at
fire
the
that I
scene
do,
of
but
any
you're
other
doing,
attack
you're
or
doing good.
murder, aside from this one that she stated to the police, which she was forced to do.
I like to go
witness
very
and participate again against her will.
Hellfire and
while
theatrics
also
with my stuff.
identifying the killer for them to take off the street. The extent of PD's investigation into this was a quick glance at an MDW where they couldn't see proof that this psychopath didn't go pick up a driver's license. So therefore, he must not exist, nor do any other individuals where there was sufficient evidence to illustrate that they had also existed. It stuck to repetitive questions, avoiding the multitudes of evidence, and strategically tiptoed around and attempted to scope slam away. Meanwhile, these animal mutilations have seemingly continued in the city, twins to post from individuals taunting police for catching the wrong person to blame for these crimes, and evidence that the Hills Butcher attacks will continue. With this much doubt and an inability to put Fear at the scene of anything of her own free will and planning, aside from a dispute with an MC gang over a dog, are we going to lay literally hundreds of charges at their feet because she's an artist? Because she looks like she's one punch away from a free Cradle Phil t-shirt on a Hot Topic punch card? This is victim blaming at its absolute finest, Your Honor. The amount of charges the state is attempting to put on Fear is comical. I myself am an animal lover, but I probably have to get a seeing eye dog if I can't afford robot eyes. But because I love animals does not mean I would allow that to overcloud my judgment in regards to human lives lost and an added aggression in pursuing a quick boogeyman to blame for it all to tie up and go home. You don't have to fear anything from Fear, except that Fear themselves has been dealing with this monster, doing this to her and around her all her life. The state is basing this case on a great deal of speculation and conjecture based on twins to post and their interpretation of text messages. They want to mention that Fear went to a strip club. Fear likes art. Fear wears one of the most common-sized boots worn by a great deal of women in this city. Detective Pine stated that he was tracking animal mutilations as far back as February, and they're just stringing together every single one they've found since to create a monster that they were chasing. The paperwork is plentiful with photos, but weak with substance.
Good ones.
And if these 200-plus charges don't fit, you must acquit. Thank you. I'm done. Have a great night.
Fuck you, James Bird. How fucking dare you say that it was a theatric on the fucking state's part when we've been dealing with this for the past fucking 2 months? How fucking dare you?
I dare. I
Go
dare.
fuck yourself.
Okay,
wonderful.
order in the court. Order in my court.
And I hope you do get the death sentence, Fear, you dumb bitch.
Yawn.
Okay. Well, all right. Calm down, everyone. All right. So as many of you have probably expected, there is not going to be a verdict given today because there's a lot of evidence to sort through and there's a lot of stuff for the panel to consider. Aside from one charge. Because there is one charge that Miss Fear is guilty of as a matter of law.
It's gonna be the fucking
Stealing your
glasses.
hearts?
No.
Ew.
Is it the glasses?
Ew, God no. Eh.
No, that would be for the murder of Paul Jones. And here's why. So, in part 2 of the interrogation tape taken on May 4th, the second of the interrogations, Fear admits to killing Paul Jones by her assertion under duress from her brother who forced her to partake in all of this. So we have a confession that a killing was done, and the justification offered is duress. And also we have physical evidence to place her on the scene in the form of her blood and also hair matching her DNA. So this isn't like a naked confession without physical evidence to support it. There's physical evidence to corroborate this confession. The problem, and the problem is actually twofold. One, duress is not a defense to murder, or any homicide for that matter. You are not legally entitled to claim duress as a defense for a homicide. If someone puts a gun to your head and says, you gotta kill this guy, dog, or I'm gonna blow your brains out, well, if you want to prolong your life, you can blow the other guy's brains out, but if you're caught, you're still going to be found guilty of murder. That's how it works. Now, there is a small minority of states where they will downgrade murder to manslaughter. That is not a rule that we follow in this jurisdiction. And the case law that is up on the screen right there comes from a case long ago where the Blocks kidnapped now Justice Nora Dupre and the late Archibald Lambda and took them up to the radio station and shot both of them, fatally killing Archibald Lambda. And in that case, Baby Block, who our prosecutor for the state is very intimately familiar with, tried to assert that she was under duress by Butch Block, and Butch Block made her, you know, kidnap someone and march her into the courtroom so that they could free Mike Block, I think it was. That's where this holding comes from. Baby Block tried to assert, oh, I was under duress, and that's why I was participating in this incident in which someone was murdered. But unfortunately, duress doesn't work for that because it is a categorical exclusion. It's one of the very few crimes that you cannot use duress as a defense for.
Goddamn Blocks.
The second problem with duress as a defense is duress is an affirmative defense. That means that the burden is not on the state to disprove the defense. The burden is on the defense to prove each element of duress by a preponderance of the evidence. That means more evidence shows that it was likely duress versus not. The three elements of a duress defense is there has to be an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury. There has to be a reasonable fear that the source of the duress will carry out that threat. And there has to be no reasonable opportunity for escape aside from committing the unlawful act. These three elements of duress were not shown by the defense. On top of the categorical exclusion of duress as a defense to murder, even if that wasn't the case, even if we haven't already held that you don't get to claim duress for murder, you failed to prove the defense. As to Paul Jones, as a matter of law, given that you've already confessed to the murder of Paul Jones, we're finding you guilty of murder. Now, as to all of the other crimes, well, we're going to have to do some digging there.
Sorry, Pierre.
So what's going to happen is...
They ruin everything. They ruin everything.
The state
it's quite fine.
Is essentially requesting the death penalty on this matter. And you have been convicted of at least one felony A crime, which means the death penalty is at least up for consideration. Now, because the death penalty is up for consideration, that necessarily means there has to be a sentencing hearing, because in order for the death penalty to be issued, there has to be an opportunity for the defense to present any and all mitigating factors that would weigh against an imposition of death in a case. So that means, what that means is necessarily when the death penalty is being asked for and there is a conviction of a felony A crime, it must go to a sentencing hearing. So there is necessarily going to have to be a phase 2 for this trial to go to sentencing. What we're likely going to be doing is myself and my co-panelists are going to sit down and we're going to root through all the evidence and we're going to see what all crimes of this whole body of everything else that's been going on, which can be fairly imposed upon defendant Fear. And in the meantime, because there's at least one murder conviction that is going to be standing in this instance, we'll be having the sentencing hearing basically at the same... essentially, we're going to be, reading out the verdict, and then we're going to go into a sentencing hearing and then handle sentencing right then and there. And that is the anticipated plan for how this trial is going to proceed from here. Depending on how long it takes to go through the evidence, we might have a verdict reading and then a sentencing reading or a sentencing hearing afterwards. We might split it up. Ideally, I would like to have them both at the same time. So if counsel would let the court know in a motion on the docket as to your availability in the coming weeks, we will be looking at
we already knew
scheduling
that.
sentencing hearing as
We already
soon
knew that one.
as possible. I don't anticipate it happening over the weekend due to the availability of certain counselors and also
Again, the thing is
certain
we
judges
know
on the
that she did
panel.
all of this anyway. Yeah.
So this will probably ideally
As lawyers,
happen
we already know
sometime
all of that.
early next week.
We're literally just going for...
But again, it's all going to depend
We
on
try and get as
availability
much
of
of
the
this
people
as we
who wish
can.
to speak, the
If we can avoid
availability
the
of
death penalty,
counselors,
that'd be a
defendant's
significant
availability,
win.
et cetera, et cetera.
So,
But that is the trajectory of this case. Unfortunately, even if it is true that your violent, horrible, terrible brother forced you into mutilating and killing Paul, unfortunately, that defense does not work. And you're still guilty of killing him. That's where we're going to leave off on this case. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Once again, put your availabilities in as soon as humanly possible because we would like to schedule this sentencing hearing sooner rather than later. It may take a day or two for us to get through all of the reports and everything and come to a consensus, but I don't anticipate that taking more than a few days at most. And I would like to not draw this out for longer, than it has to.
Availability is whenever, wherever.